considering they're like the kids of high nobility, I would say losing one is a detriment. and
I mean,
that's a
come on.
problem.
They didn't save their own child. We saved 4 out of 5 of them. Like, I feel like that's still pretty good.
It's true. Pretty good odds.
Let's try to figure out the full wiggle room that I have here.
Look, all I know is if we're going to use explosions, we have to be very precise.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh my god, you sound different.
I do.
Oh yeah, you sound like camera microphone.
Camera microphone?
Yeah,
Okay,
if
give
your
me a
like
second.
laptop has a camera or something.
Or your gain's just up a little too high.
Yeah, he does sound grainy.
How's it?
Uh,
Better?
Talk again?
Hello.
A little better, yeah.
A
Better.
little
Yeah.
better? Okay.
New mic? Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say camera microphone. In my opinion, it just sounds like way clearer. Like
Sounds like
than
he's
what I'm
using the
used to.
Blue Yeti.
Rob, is this true?
Funnily enough, that's the microphone that I have, and I've been using that for quite a while.
Yeah, I had that for years. It has a very distinct sound.
Ah, okay.
I gave Dammy it when I got upgraded to this one I have now. So when Dammy's at his computer, you'll notice he sounds very much the same. But it's a good mic.
Yeah. My brother has one as well. Like, I sort of get what you were saying about that distinct sound. Like, I can hear it now that I think about it.
Yeah, it has a very distinct sound. And it has that little pop when the noise gate opens, just slightly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I can adjust it if you want it, if it's a bit too much.
I'm fine with it. Like, you were just lower earlier, and now you're fine.
Can also move the microphone a little closer.
Oh, are we gonna talk close? Is that what we're doing tonight?
We can really talk
doing
close if we
close
want.
talk? Okay.
We can talk really close if we
I'm
like
voting
to.
against this. I'm voting against this right now.
Hi there.
Welcome to D&D NPR Radio.
How's it
Please
going?
stop. Please
Why
stop.
are we getting ASMR? You are not a woman. I am not consenting to this.
I would like to tell you about a particular stuff about a wonderful respite. Do you understand me? This is all, Brendan. I would like for you to understand me, so I'm going to get closer and closer.
No.
That's gonna be my nightmares tonight. Thanks, Rob.
Until I am completely in your mind.
I'm awake
trying
at
to get
midnight, just
the
staring
out
at the
of my
ceiling.
mind.
All I hear is just that in my head all night. I'm in your head now.
It's going to be okay.
Gosh. You should totally make a video for affirmations or whatever, but do it in that exact voice just to annoy everybody.
Welcome to this particular performance. I am going to present to you 7 different stages of paranoia.
Are you all 7 stages?
Yeah, I was about to say, each one of them, he's right behind you.
It is I, but a different distance and a different style.
I am 7 levels of uncomfortable.
7 levels of concern right now.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, KB.
Oh, I'm crying. Oh.
It's okay. It's all right.
So, who's ready to play new characters next session?
I am.
I got a few ideas. That's only if the Dragon Riders come in. It's the Dragon Riders from the top rope.
Dragon Riders! Out of nowhere!
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Comes in with the steel chair!
DM.
Yes.
I forgot. How high up off the ground is like one of these lower cliffs?
Down here is around 40 feet. Up here is 50.
And then these are 100 at the top.
And up here is 100. Correct.
Okay.
Up here would be the same 50, 50-ish, 50, 100. So, it is time. And sadly, Van is not currently here just yet. So I will go ahead and do the introductions as so far. Daisy, are you here?
Yo.
Dune, are you here?
Present.
Adwin, are you here?
Yep.
Frick, are you here?
Actually, yes.
Surprisingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Harry, are you here?
That may change.
Yes. Mr. Harry? Seems to be currently AFK. So, for those that do not remember, or those that who are not here last week... Oh, there he is. He's here. He was muted.
There.
No, I wasn't muted. My mic just
Oh.
refused to pick my voice up.
Oh, fantastic. That's even better. Group
Yeah.
known as Grave Undertaking have been...
I'm literally yelling at Dan because I wanted him to tell you because I had a message with him up.
The group known as Grave Undertaking have finally found the location to the ambush that they have found in the recent ally of Tullius, who seems to be a recent member of the Essrena army. You guys have been using him as an ally, journeying towards Avon, a well-known underground and black market, a collective force and settlement of very well untrusted and well notorious individuals amongst not only the Essrena country but also the empire itself. Set of organizations collected into one singular mass of civilization known as Avin. You guys have been traveling there to try and not only discover your own personal bounties, but also try and rescue certain members within the confines of the civilization. You guys have been finding small hints of detriments that have been delaying you as of late. Not only the scorching heats of the environment itself, but also what seems to be multiple forces of the organizations that you have encountered in the past, including the Zentarum, the the Shattered Fist, the Chain Bearers, and countless others. You guys have started to make your way towards the capital to possibly acquire some pieces of cloth to create a disguise to allow you to get further into Avon unawares, and using the recent companionship of Tullius, you have discovered that a new means of creating a thorn in these organizations' side by possibly ambushing this recent caravan that you have heard of, and now have discovered the possible location of this ambush, have now seen that the location is currently inhabited by a supposed set or family of sand trolls, which you've encountered blind versions, weaker versions in the past. However, these ones have been apparently made denizens or inhabitants of this chasm-like pathway that is now the location of your ambush. You do not know the current allegiance or alliances of these particular trolls per se, but you guys have made your way out of the chasm and allowed the sand trolls and a collective number of boulette into their homes, and you are now currently standing aside watching as they are setting themselves up. You now know that you are currently 24 hours away from the supposed ambush attack, where the caravan is supposedly going to come through the chasm. So, go ahead and do what you wish, as you guys have stepped maybe a good 200 or so feet away at this moment in time from the outside of the chasm. Tullius is currently standing with you at the ready, watching, observing. Vannon keeping reasonably quiet, but also observing from the sidelines.
Alright. So first we're gonna need to make a bomb that's strong enough to destroy the living room of these trolls. And Professor, that's gonna be your job to detonate it. Without killing
What?
yourself, obviously.
What? Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
Professor,
yes.
you're the sneakiest
If we
one
saw
here.
anything at that temple, you are good at throwing and exploding things.
And sneaky.
Sure.
You're
So
also
you
kind of
give it a
sneaky,
long
too.
fuse, I guess.
Oh yeah. Or you can just lob it. Boom. Done.
I mean, how much is it gonna weigh? You realize, oh, just I have a strength score of 6, so I'm not gonna be able to throw it very far. So I need to set it and
Why you have to be
run.
so weak, Professor?
Sacrifice had to be made. I
You're
rolled.
the
What can I
stealthiest
say?
with the weakest.
Just give it a long fuse so I can run fast.
Dune, Tullius will look over towards you, give like a nod of your like indication to talk to the side, and will move over to speak with you.
All right, sounds good.
Alright. If anything, we need to make it'd be better if you could like put it on the ceiling. It sticks to the ceiling, and then you just run away.
Yeah, no, I can do that.
Harry
That'll be a
and Brett, you
problem.
think you can make that with the materials on hand?
Not to destroy their homes, no.
Harry, you think you can do it?
I've
For
never turned down something, I don't think.
reckless
So,
immorality.
I think I could
He
try.
relates.
He did mention last time that even though it is rather ironic that you're now dealing with creatures that are underground based, that he would not parlay or partake in destroying the homes of underground denizens.
I'll help make the bomb to cave in the exit to block
Just
their
not
escape, but
the action of doing so.
just not the blocking their houses. So that's on you.
Damn, Professor's AFK. Because I was gonna say, like, if we could send the Professor in there with, like, Graveiter invisibility, see if he can scout up the, like, if there's pillars or something, that'd be better.
While you guys are discussing, Tullius is going to step aside with you, Dune.
Mm-hmm.
Give you a curious look as to why you've decided to bring him to the side instead of discussing strategy. We'll step to the side with you.
Yes, Mr. Dune. Can I help you by chance?
I just wanted to go over some tactics with you because I know you're specialized in military tactics, and coming from a pack, we have pack tactics of our own. I wanted to try and get together with you and see if we can come up with good ambush positions and some strategies for the upcoming battle.
I do believe, yes, I did have a number of forces back in my day. It was not exactly as minimal as we currently have.
You'll see him look over his shoulder to the smaller group.
However, I do believe your capabilities and your strengths will more than overcome that particular minute detail. As some would say, quality is better than quantity in many cases.
I agree with that statement 100%.
So, perhaps we could use a little bit of a pull in and use a bit of a distraction like measure. I am more than willing to be that distraction by simply staying in the center of the chasm and making a scene of maybe stopping them and drawing them into a certain place that you want them to stay at.
Hmm.
If you are willing to cause some form of trigger or something to signal for me to possibly start a charge, that could possibly be an interesting theory, unless you're having some form of other plan, which I'm basing is what I've heard from before, some form of cave-in.
Right, yeah. So the plan is, well, the original plan we were coming up with is not kind of point like towards this direction here. I'm correct. We're going to be blocking off that entrance there, and I think this one over here, we can get them in this little area. We can just rain down from above, and knowing that most of these people are more ranged combatants, I was thinking maybe somewhere. If we don't go with your strategy, we can find a place to camouflage and take cover. That way, we can be the front lines when we need to be there.
Dune, roll me a persuasion check, please.
Oh, I am so good at these. Wow, actually,
Starting off strong.
hey.
You see him think for a moment before you see him kneel down and start like rushing his finger across the ground and creating like a very rough diagram or like map of the chasm.
Mm-hmm.
Based on prior reports that I've been told in the last number of weeks on my journeys here, it seems that a number of their massive force is largely within the chasm, protecting the major package that's within. Usually it's in the very center, and there are numerous other individuals that apparently move on the cliff sides. I'm not exactly sure how many, but I do know that there is a vast number of their force that will be in that center chasm.
Okay. Hmm. That does make things a little more complicated on the outsides of the chasm. Hmm.
From my previous knowledge, it seems that there would be at least maybe 10, if not 20 bodies in this area here.
And he'll start circling like the main chasm area.
Mm-hmm.
If not, maybe another 10, maybe 15 other bodies littered amongst the cavern, the cliff sides on either side. You're looking at maybe 20 to 40 bodies, depending on what you're dealing with here, and whatever they may be carrying at that point in time.
Hmm.
My suggestion is to remove as much as you can as quickly as possible, while also making sure that the package is secure. I could possibly, with maybe a little form of trickery, I know that your group might have some ways of disguising my form. If I could possibly create some form of distraction for them, or maybe one of you could, then we could cause a surprise on the sides.
I like that. That's very good. I like that. I'm thinking, do you think archers wise, that's gonna be a big problem? Do you think there's gonna be more in the cavern towards the back, or are there gonna be more on the cliff side? Because
I'd
what I know
say
we would want, archers want to have a good high ground on anything.
I would say that it's more than likely those archers are going to get as high ground as possible. They are, from my prior knowledge at least, very well practiced in taking better shots from higher ground due to their vast range. If we could get the upper hand and get close to them, I believe that we can destroy that advantage.
I'd agree. I'm thinking with the trolls and your well, let's do it with your trickery. We blow off the chasms on the ends when there's chaos. We can ambush the archers up on the cliff sides, get rid of them fast, and that way we only have to worry about those in the middle.
In the meantime, if you want to discuss, further strategy with your companions, I might have an idea of getting some means of stopping them from moving any further.
You'll see him looking around, inspecting for a moment before you see him start making his way to a nearby set of broken, dried up trees.
I'll follow him.
Okay. The rest of the group. You guys can see Tullius and Dune discussing matters quietly, discussing amongst themselves before they seem to be making their way to a small set of dried up trees, maybe a good 500 or so feet away.
So, Vrek and Harry, what if we landmine the entrances of this valley, with it triggering once Vrek destroys the top part he was looking at?
Out of character, I just came out with a really ridiculous idea.
Shoot.
Do you know the spell rope trick?
Nope. I don't think I
nope.
can.
KB, I
I'm
figured
not
out a
gonna
use
lie.
for it.
I
What?
took
Wait, what?
I took it on my character in your campaign, but it never came to use.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
You know, remember
Rope trick.
when you were talking about in Ivan's game a use for rope trick?
Oh yeah, yeah. That
Here's
spell saved
my
ass.
idea. If we can get about an approximate height of how tall the cart is, we cut a length of rope to just shorter than that, so that the top of the rope is inside the cart. We get Tullius to stop the cart in an exact location where we have pre-set up rope trick, and 3 of us are inside the cart, are inside the rope trick extra dimensional space,
And just smuggle the kids
and
out.
smuggle the
That's-
kids out.
That is
Fivehead.
beautiful.
I was just reading the spells I can have, and rope trick's one of them. I'm like, wait a minute, this can work because they can't see in, but we can see out. And once the cart stops, the 3 of whoever's in the hole just gets rid of whoever's in the cart, and if there's any guards, pulls the kids in, and then somehow causes everybody to leave because it's only up for an hour.
So here's the thing. I like utilization questions. Does it have anything that like detect invisibility or see invisibility or detect magic would see?
No, it's an extra dimensional space.
Well, detect magic would see it because it's magic, right?
Like if you could see a scry, like I don't see why you would be able to see that.
Yes. Technically, if someone had detect magic,
It
up,
is an
they technically
invisible
could see
entrance.
it,
So yeah, if they could see invisible, they would see the entrance.
yes.
Just because it's the Centrum, I'm really afraid of any invisibility. So I don't think invisibility would work, but it's a great idea. I would be
think
against
that's a
trying it.
ridiculous
It's solid.
idea.
It's a really, really good use of
And
it.
that's
I will
something
give it that.
Vrek would come up with. It's like,
Dude.
why not just do this?
Okay. What
Are
if we
we-
get the trolls to
Dude.
leave the cave? They
It's-
stop just enough for Vrek to, or anyone who's in the hole to get enough people out.
Dude, it's National Treasure with the van with the bottom cut out to go into
Yes!
the sewers.
Right?
Basically what this
100%.
is.
Are we down to trying this?
Oh yeah.
I have to be
I like
one of the
it.
people in the hole because I have to cast it, and we need 2 others. Dune for strength to get the kids up
Then
because it can only hold
spellcaster?
8. It can only hold 8.
Right, and it's 5 kids. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Tullius has to be a distraction, or someone
yeah,
has to
Tullius
be a
has to be
distraction.
the distraction. So it can't be him. Daisy maybe or
Like it would be either me or Professor. Professor for his agility, me for my spellcasting abilities.
True, we
if
could use
I'm there,
Professor to in case there's anybody in the cart, he could help take
Yeah.
him out.
yeah, and then if you want me, it'd be for like the exfil once the hour is done, or in case the whole thing is not done with an hour.
True, you could be the escape. You could be plan
Mhm.
B. I like
Yeah.
you. I like you there instead. Cuz then if needed possibly
Hold person. If there's anyone in the cart, hold person, doing deals with them.
Just keep in mind also that if you are going in the rope trick, you are essentially also going to be right in the center of the clusterfuck.
yes.
Yeah. That's the
That
only
is the
problem.
danger. That is the
So-
danger of this plan.
Those
Is
are
whoever's
dangers.
going in there is
Mhm.
going in there.
Well,
Those
that's
are
They are
the
going
thing.
to be
If
the whole
every
time.
if
center
everything
of
goes
this.
perfect, the kids are gone, they don't know what happened, and at the exact same time somebody triggers something to cause the caravan to leave. That's the goal.
What if the back of the valley collapses,
But then they only have one exit.
which is forward? They don't have to go back.
Right.
They'd be going towards their objective.
But then that's true. But then yeah, then they would think
But we make it seem like an avalanche.
Is Van in here?
No, he's not. And that's the thing, like he would be
Okay.
one of the things we could use for
Um,
this.
Van's gonna just look at all of you for a moment and just like raise his fingers, just like a, hey, I might have an input on this.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just a friendly heads up. If this is as important as this Tullius fellow is speaking of, then I don't believe they're going to run. They will be going after whoever is involved in this. And if they see that people are involved on the outside, then they will hunt them down. There is no way of them retreating away from this. And since you know that a lot of them are possibly going to be some forms of undead inhabitant, it's more than likely that they'll be also restless in their hunting. So there is going to be a fight in this in either case.
Better idea. Hold on. Okay, better idea. We still do rope trick. We pull the 5 into the hole. The 3 of us and once they're safe, somehow we give a signal and everybody who was saying why not blow up the caravan, we can blow up the caravan.
Oh, I like this.
Because
The
they're
explosion
safe.
Oh,
go
I
into
like
the
this.
hole?
No,
Dude,
nothing can go through. Attacks and spells cannot cross the entrance.
Bro, we blow up the entire canyon.
Attacks and spells.
Yeah,
That
nothing.
doesn't mean anything about Fire Blast.
That's a spell.
As a spell.
No,
And it's an attack.
It's a magical explosion. Yeah.
that doesn't. Well, what I'm saying is, what if this explosion is not magical?
Then
That's all I'm gonna put out.
okay, I'm
Well, that's
thinking
an
it's an
attack.
attack. But I'll do it as DM's discretion.
I'm saying that's more environmental damage.
See,
Much like a
then-
dragon's breath, that's kind of like something that will get through that situation.
So I'm gonna ask a side question then to try to disprove this.
Okay.
Could someone then throw a rock through it?
Technically, yes. Because you guys are able to get through it. Physical things
Only
are
when the
able to
rope's
get
down.
through it. Correct. But again, it's still a situation of there are still things that can technically get through it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get out.
But the rock would have to come in through the hole, which would mean it would have to come down up. which makes sense for like an explosion, but not for a rock fall, right?
It was just a thought, like, so what's the difference if
I'm
I were
just
to throw a
saying,
sword at it?
if this is going to be put out there, there are things that can inhibit this particular idea. I'm loving this idea, but just keep these things in mind.
Yeah, the thing I'm trying to think of is like, what's the difference? What makes an attack an attack? Because like, if I throw a rock at it, what's that difference from me throwing a rock at a person? Throwing a rock at a person's attack. Throwing a rock at
Intentional?
air. Do you think the explosion is intentionally trying to go into the hole or hit somebody in the hole?
Do you think a wildfire intentionally tries to burn down a house?
Okay, okay. I'm just trying to understand like what
I know.
classifies an attack,
I'm
because an
I'm
explosive is a
saying
direct attempt at like damage, like
Wait a minute.
especially if it was a
I'm not saying
mine.
there's nothing
I have
wrong
an
with this.
answer.
Yes, go for it.
Vannon has
Jason.
Odaluk, right?
Aluk's resilient sphere?
Yeah,
I believe he might.
that can plug the hole.
That could plug the hole.
So
I don't have to be in the hole. I just have to cast it.
Just
Van-
keep in mind,
Mhm.
at that point, whoever's in there, you cannot get out. So if there is any conflict,
But
you
it can
guys
be
would
dropped
essentially
at
be
an
out of
instant.
it.
It can be dropped at an
Yeah.
instant.
He would just need the one turn to stop any. But then again, he's the one with fireball.
Mhm.
That's where we use mines.
True,
Vannon-
mines. We could do explosions. That's true.
Okay,
That's true.
So what I was thinking is, we literally mine the entire upper layer of the not the caravan, of the canyon, and then we mine the entire inside of the canyon, and then
Van
I put the
looks
glyph
at
in the
you,
center.
Daisy. Just like
If we use the row trick for that, is what I'm trying to say.
Daisy. Quick question: how exactly were you assuming that we were going to mine the upper level of this particular canyon without the sand trolls interfering?
Well, you see this flying majestic bird? We just put something into the side of the canyon, attach it somehow so it doesn't fall.
I mean, we have
That's-
batons. But it'll be obvious though if anyone comes to the canyon, they'll just see
That
it
is
hanging.
the problem. So we would have to hide it somehow.
Well, you guys are discussing, since Van seems to be just about to arrive back. Tullius and Dune. Dune, Tullius has asked you to join him and is even asking you to use your axe in particular to start cutting down some of these broken down and dried up trees.
Yep.
And you can see that he is currently fashioning at this moment in time what seems to be pieces of like twined up wood to create almost like log figures, maybe standing 4 to 5, maybe just a little over that much tall. And you seem like he's like trying to make essentially stands, like figure stands, out of these broken down pieces of dried up wood. And he's like asking you to help him like break him down, bind him up. And after maybe a good, I'd say 20 or 30 minutes, you guys have made a good 9 or 10 of these figures with the materials on hand. And he will look at you and just like,
These will do quite nicely. If we could find some more during the time, it would be a lot more useful for the distraction I have in hand.
I think we can do that, and I think I see what you're doing. Making fake numbers, making us look bigger than we actually are.
Precisely. The
I like
thing
that.
is I need things that look a little human, to say the least. At least, well, that look like us. We need it to look a little closer to us, and then I have something that could take care of the rest. Only have one, however, but I think now is the perfect time for it.
I think we can do that. Well,
Excellent.
we could try.
By the way,
Yeah.
do you or your friends have any way of making more of these, or at least like any test dummies or training dummies or some form of mannequin? Heck, if you even have any like dead bodies hanging around, I might even be able to use those.
Bodies.
Well, funny thing. Speaking of bodies, I think Vannon might have a few on him.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't really say nothing about it, but he might be willing to part with him if you can convince him.
If it will be less of a detriment to him than it will be of useful to us, I do believe that parting with a few of them might be very helpful with this particular case.
Yeah, let's go talk to him then, so we can coerce him.
Okay. He will go ahead and nod and follow you back
Follow
to the
him
group.
back.
I
You
am
guys will
proficient
see-
in woodworking tools if needed.
The main issue at this moment in time would be just the gathering of resources. Even though they were able to find those dried up trees nearby, the rest of the nearby expanse seems relatively flat, except for a few distant, very like widespread patches of dried up trees on the horizon that you can see. You could probably take time to go to each of those patches and probably gather up the material there to make some more, but that would probably take a little bit more time.
Sorry, but it's so late in the game, kind of. But can we investigate that water flow that we heard?
Oh yeah, we need to do that.
It might work well with that rope trick thing. If you
tree.
get them all, in the rope trick, and then we can flood the canyon. That'll take care of pretty much everyone inside of it.
If we're gonna flood the canyon, we need to 100% close off the canyon then.
Real quick, the one thing I'm going to throw out there with Rope Trick, it has a time limit, and then we get put out of it, right?
Yeah, we have an hour.
It's an hour.
So we'd have to clear the canyon that we collapsed so they don't die.
Also, we can't flood the canyon because then you drown the people inside the rope trick.
Wait, are you not talking about the water that's inside of that chasm?
Possibly.
Yeah,
You
Vannon
do
said there is
know-
some water.
Right, you do know what kind of tree that is in there, right?
Yes.
Cinder ash. The moment that it touches any form of water, it sprouts leaves that immediately burst into flames.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
We're just thinking if this little plan that Rec came up with works, then we don't need to worry about the people inside the carriage or cart or whatever it be.
well, that sounds like a great idea.
If there's enough water, we could destroy the tree. Like if we think there's enough water that would flood it, then we could just destroy the tree, and then the tree's not an issue.
It sounded like a lot of water flowing in there. If you open it up, it'd be in your endless supply.
Yeah. Problem is we have to
know-
get down there to check it out, and those trolls aren't leaving.
The mention of too much water to destroy the tree, you'll see Tullius smile for a moment.
You must not be from the surface there, dwarf fella. Or at least not been up here too much. You see, the cinder ash are kind of like a sponge. They absorb as much water as possible and create as big as enough explosion as they see fit. That means if that is flowing water in there, and there's a vast number of it, that's a big boom.
Yep.
That's a very big boom.
That's why I say destroy the tree first, and then we flood, so we don't have to worry about the tree booming.
How big of a boom are we talking about with the tree if that much water were to get into it?
Depends on how much water is actually put onto the tree.
All right, let's say 50
Single-
gallons.
50 gallons?
You'll see him start to like count on his fingers, like start calculating the odds, and just for a moment, just think for a second.
50 gallons? You're looking at maybe. You ever seen an archmage work before?
I have once when I was young.
You
I
ever
don't
seen them
remember.
work in war?
No, I have not.
You see, there's a very particular set of archmages that are able to create a large, vast of fireball. And only a certain number of them can create a vast amount of them at the same time. This would be the same explosion and proximity vastness as maybe around about 5 of those fireballs combined.
Whoa. You're right, that's a big boom.
Yeah. And since it's the environment and it's a boom, it would affect whatever's inside the rope trick potentially. Unless we put the resilient sphere, which then we'd be fine.
Well, can't you use magic users just, cancel the spell when you want?
Well, yeah, and everybody drops out.
That's what I'm saying. So you get the
not
kids.
while the tree's blowing up, you know?
Well, I mean, don't you think you want to get the kids out before you set off the tree?
No,
same-
because dude, imagine we open a hole here, right in front of me, right? People can go into it, but this way in is the only exit as well. If you cancel the spell, everybody drops out. So you're still in the same place, just in a safer area. If what Vrek is telling us, and we combine it with Vanon's abilities, then we can not have to worry about the destruction that we're going to wreak havoc on this canyon. The only other problem is getting them out when the spell is over, as long as we don't, just bury them alive.
So this spell isn't just like you pick them up, put them in a hole, and they appear somewhere else. You just hide in the space.
Nope, it's in the same location.
Magic's weird. Okay. I think I get it. I think. Kind of scratches his head.
Yes, because I can control water to some extent. My range is 300 feet, and I can do it for 10 minutes consecutively. As long as I'm not disrupted.
Fire doesn't go through water very well. What if you just put a layer of water over the door to the rope trick?
So,
think the
like, use the
fire would
water
affect.
as a shield against the fire, like the explosion. Is that what you're saying?
We know for sure the
Yes.
fire is going to affect the. Isn't it another dimension? A pocket dimension?
Well, any explosion can get in through the opening, and that's why Rec said we could use the resilient sphere on the entrance, so that nothing can come in or out.
Okay.
If there's conflict, however, we're going to be down a few people.
Yes, but it wouldn't matter. We literally destroy the canyon with everyone inside of it and everybody on the borders of it.
Again, we still have to get them out of the hole.
Simple.
Yeah.
I'll just open up the portable hole inside the rope trick, so any fire goes in the portable hole. Easy.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
But our wine.
They'll be saved. They'll be in the astral sea, but they'll be saved.
Yeah. So how did those 5 kids end up in the other sea? Well, let me tell you about this failed thing.
And then we just do plane walk. Easy.
Just wait like 3 more months, children. It'll be fine.
Hold on, wait. Now this is where what we do is we put them in the astral sea with someone that was banished, and then the person banishes everybody back to their proper dimension.
Right.
I wouldn't know that though. Sorry.
Right.
That was.
I'm opening a portal. By the eye of the. Anyways.
So the opening is 3 foot by 5 foot.
Totally just starts flying with a cape. It's like, what?
What if we plug the hole up with something physical?
Like a big rock?
Like a big rock. That'll stop water. We could watertight it, and then make it watertight. I could use my That's what we'll do. I can use my mason tools to make a stone cork.
Just out of curiosity, how big is Dune size-wise?
Let me double check. 6'9"? 6'9", yeah.
So what if we put a resilient sphere on the Dune and just shove him as the door?
As I was saying, is use resilient sphere to block the hole, but have you do the sphere. But it could be Dune. That way he can drop out in the middle if needed. But
Yeah, because it would be Dune, Vrook, and Vannon inside the hole.
well, only one person needs to be in there. I don't even have to be in there from what I'm seeing.
Okay, so
I just
the
have to
thing
cast
is,
it.
you would have to cast the spell from inside.
No, I just touch a length of. Wait, which spell?
No, I mean for the Resilient Sphere. For Dune, right?
Yeah, how long does the sphere last? 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he would have to be inside. That's what I was thinking Vannon could
at
put on
least those
himself, but yeah. Yeah. Because 10 minutes isn't a lot of time to get Dune in there, cast the sphere, and get out and set up for them to show up. So
All right. I also have a really stupid idea.
this is great.
Lay it on me.
Lay it, let's go.
Yeah, at this point, we're changing the entire plan that we discussed at this point.
Yeah, the entire plan we set up all week, we're changing.
How do we know?
I don't take part in the fucking planning.
So I can, as
Fucking
an
wig.
elf, I can Misty Step someone else. I knew it 4 times. To any place I can see. Up to 30 feet, as long as it's somewhere I can see. So if I have Ozzy sitting outside and I look through his eyes, I'm seeing the area. I can Misty Step 4 of the kids. The 5th one is Dimension Door with him out.
They can't go inside Rope Trick with Misty Step or Dimension Door. Spells can't cross the entrance. Unfortunately. Because I thought about that, because I have Vortex. Whatever. Yeah, I'll link it. Give me a sec. I need the 2014 rules. There we go.
Hey, Tullius, how large would the radius of the explosion from the tree be again?
It's proportionate to the amount of water, so exponential.
Yeah, so let's say 30. Because I can do create food and water on the ground near its roots. I can lay 30 gallons of water right there.
Well, if we think the amount of water is enough to flood the canyon, do we think it's worth keeping the tree at all?
I mean, because there's the other thing. Like, if we manage to even get like a whole layer of water in the canyon, and let's say I put a freaking arcane brand of lightning, we can electrify them.
Exactly.
Like, we have quite a few options now.
I get robbed. Stop making me laugh.
I gave you a week last week to plan this out. I gave you a week this week to plan this out.
We
Hey
did
guys,
plan.
we
planned.
have new ideas.
We did plan.
A lot of moving parts.
And then I decided, and then I read
Oh.
another spell that I never thought actually had a use until this exact moment. So,
Oh gosh. Tullius is gonna look over at you, Daisy.
Yes, the amount of water, depending on how much is consumed by the trees, actually depends on how much it expunges and like expands and explodes, releasing the energy from within it. Of course, using too much water and causing it to explode too much could, of course, destroy it in the process. But that again is the situation that we're dealing with.
Hey Rob,
Uh,
real quick, can Vanny go over to the tree and try to cut a small chunk of the root so that he can try to regrow the tree if he wanted to?
You are certainly free to try.
Nature?
However,
I'll let the
you are
Eagles
not
grab
able
him and take
to.
him there.
sand trolls are still hanging out at home, right?
Centrals are certainly at home right now, yes.
Uh, that should be the other one. How often do these things go to hunt?
You haven't seen. It's been maybe an hour, just maybe over an hour, since you guys have moved away from the location.
Tullius, do you have any idea how often they hunt?
Well, let's see.
I'm sorry, miss, I'm not exactly one for hunting, Centrals.
No worries.
Brack being a native and being proficient in nature wouldn't know, would he?
You can definitely try.
Guide us.
I can't think of an item that I could use, so that's a base roll.
It is a base roll.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Hold on, guidance.
It's 30.
It's a
You got
30 regardless.
Hey. And I get a
So,
plum mark.
You would believe that usually sand trolls are rather ravenous and usually consume things as soon as they are available to them. And in the case of these creatures, especially since they seem to have come back empty-handed, they are probably quite hungry. And if given the opportunity, they could probably hunt at any moment if they feel a tremor or something nearby.
I will convey that to the group. So if we find them some food, they'll go hunting. Hey.
Okay.
No.
You know what? I could summon eagles, have them touch down, create, or even owls, create like noise or vibrations, then send them off, and just have them like for like a whole hour distract them.
Oh, I got a. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, wouldn't it be better to like summon land-based animals? More
Well,
vibrations.
see, they can stomp on the ground because they're birds, right? And then they take
Actually,
off, and
They're
then they
birds.
chase them
But
because
they're
they're hungry
birds.
and they want to hunt them.
I
Daisy and
understand.
Dune, roll me a history check, please, given the fact you've encountered these creatures before. When you're discussing land or aerial-based creatures. You've encountered these sand trolls before, and they seem to have a fair amount of reach, even when it comes to avian creatures.
So I can have my cat do that, and that way you don't have to waste a spell. Because it can shape change into a flying bat. And it can go invisible if needed.
Yeah, but the reason I said this is because this would make it more appealing, right? Like it's like a lot of food.
True.
So they're very hungry. They came out empty-handed. They're ravenous. They will fall for it. And since it's flying, they can. Owls are very agile. They can definitely avoid for a while. Would it be a whole hour? Probably not. These are young centrals, so they will probably get taken out fairly quickly. But the moment they notice that our food is not dropping, they will probably turn back around
Yeah.
if they're smart enough.
Or
And
if we
obviously,
get
we
lucky
are-
enough that you run them into another pack of something that they can actually.
Well, yes, but the thing is, I can give them a command, and then they go on their own and then decide for themselves what to do.
Owls are pretty keen. They could probably try and find something.
Hmm.
All right, yeah,
It
good.
would
That would give us
buy
some recon
us
time.
some time.
Oh man, I just. We still want to try and convince the trolls that, the Zentarum are, betraying them or something, right?
I don't know if that's
We should
a
do that.
good idea at this
Well,
point.
here's what I'm thinking. If we want to go with that plan, why don't you do your plan, and when the trolls come back, when we try to time it right, when they come, this time come in and they're on their way back, we just self the charges and make it let this Zentarum are just trying to break their home when they come back.
The important thing there would be the timing.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's the only problem with that one.
And the thing is, we wouldn't be able to do it now, because if we do it again, then they would probably catch on. Some things have good natural instincts, and they do
Yeah.
remember things.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be able to do it now. It'd be something we would have to do later. So and that's a problem, right? Like most of what we have to do to prepare, we need to do it on the ground. Because at this point, it would be like we prepare everything overnight, and then we plant everything once they leave, just right before they arrive, which isn't a good idea.
Why not? Why isn't that a good idea?
Because we'd be rushing to put everything in place, and however many minutes before the Zentarum arrives here.
If they're gone for like an hour, that doesn't feel like a rush.
I mean, depends on the plan we want to undertake.
Because let's say they chase them for an hour, they're gone for an hour, and then they have to come back for an hour. So now they're 2 hours gone. Because remember, every distance traveled one way is the same time needs to travel back.
Well, yes. So be it 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
At best.
So if we are needing to make any preparations, that would be the time for us to do so.
The problem is we need to get in there so we can examine that fire tree on the water to see if we could. Because I like that idea, see if we can blow and flood the ravine a little bit. Because that will get them
Because, like,
off their guard. But the problem is that tree.
I don't know how good they're at listening, right? Because owls, we could have the owls go in. Owls are rather sneaky. You can examine the stuff, but can't touch the ground or anything because of the vibrations.
Mm-hmm. Or if we have a day, we can just wait to see if they leave on their own.
That too.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I'm hungry, I'm not gonna wait too long to try and get something to eat.
Well, yeah, we can start preparing stuff up here, and then once they leave, we go down there. That's obviously something good, but someone would need to keep an eye out from a vantage point far away.
Speaking of get prepared, Vannon, do you still have those bodies you keep carrying around?
I may have 4 bodies.
How willing are you to let them go?
Wait, 4? That's it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought you had more, honestly.
Dune ate all the other ones I was trying to acquire.
I mean, if you think about it, once we deal with all this ambush, you'll have ample amount of bodies.
Well, I'm asking because Tullius actually has an idea.
I do believe that the mannequins and the wooden figures would be a lot better. I thought he had a lot more than just 4.
Yeah, I kind of thought he had more. I guess I miscounted.
You ate them all, the why?
I, I did not. Thank you.
Well then, so, just out of my curiosity, uh, could any of you perhaps try and refabricate, or maybe possibly create some form of, dried up wood, or maybe a few logs, per se?
Don't think I can.
It doesn't matter. I'll find some. I see a few patches around here. I'll keep creating a few of these, time. Don't do call me if you are needing me. But
Do you need help?
leave you to your. Yes, actually, I would love some help, Dune.
All right, I'll follow him and help him out.
All right. He will start making his way to the patches of dried up trees that you can see are teetering on the horizon.
Okay.
The rest of you. It is currently maybe a good 5 or so hours until sunset. And it is currently 22 hours from the time of ambush.
I'm gonna start trying to see if I can make bombs out of the 2 pounds of cannon rock that I was gonna use.
Okay.
1 pound each, or yeah, I think I'll make 2 big ones.
2 big ones. Okay. You will need a concentrated form of fire or some form of heat.
Oh yeah, no, I can do that. Pick your poison. I have my arcane weapon, my arcane gun can produce heat.
A continuous form of heat.
What
Like
if
a
we make
form.
like an underground forge? Like just freaking air intakes, freaking a room, and then just something to burn.
I can use prestidigitation to make a small campfire. Or torch or candle. Is that enough heat?
If you're wanting to start making a small underground forge to start creating that kind of setting, then yes, we can definitely start making a makeshift one.
Yeah, and I can create. I can use my all-purpose tool to make blacksmithing tools or metalworking tools, whichever one.
This will be metalworking.
All right. And then if we need another one, I can always use my wood carving tools to make another toolkit of some kind. But I'll go ahead and make the metalworking tools for now.
Okay.
Oh wait, is there
What are you
create
using
heat?
for your what are you using for your fuel?
Hold on. Let's figure that out.
Hey, like I said, I got 4 bodies.
No, like fuel for the fire, not fuel
Yeah.
for what.
I mean, like,
He knows what he said.
they're larger.
Van
they burn really
just
well.
looked at you. Did I stutter?
Could I use a? Would something like create bonfire work?
Go ahead and cast the spell
That's
for
the
me real
spell,
quick.
yeah.
Hold on.
A magic bonfire. If it was you that was just focusing on that spell instead of actually working the metal at the same time, I'd say yes. But because of the fact you're concentrating on two things and you're needing to continuously do the motions and the verbal components of the spell at the same time, I don't think you'd be able to cast a spell continuously to maintain the heat at the same time as forging this particular bomb.
Then, Harry, would you be able to forge while Vrek maintains the fire?
If it gets hot enough, I don't see why I couldn't. Unless my blacksmithing knowledge tells me otherwise.
You would believe that with the right amount of heat concentrated, you could definitely merge these pieces of can rock into some form of makeshift weapon, yes.
Yeah, and I can be nearby to give pointers as well. Or I'll be there to give pointers too, so. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I'll still make the metalwork kit in case you don't have any.
Alright, so that should work then.
Alright.
Yeah, so I'll use
Taking...
my tool to allow me to cast create bonfire for the next 8 hours.
Okay. Creating a small underground forge and starting to dig away at the sand and relatively rough earth. It will take maybe a couple of minutes as you guys are digging before you realize there is a slight tremor coming from the chasm.
Oh.
And
Oh, no.
as you guys are finishing your little hole for your miniature forge, you do see a clawed hand, slowly rising up over the edge of the chasm and will look over the top and will glance in your general direction.
I look at them. You want me to summon the eagles and get the fuck out of here?
Uh, maybe we stop.
Yeah, no one moves.
Yeah, I'll stop.
Everyone roll me a stealth check, please. That is currently there.
And...
Nice, very perceptive troll.
Very stealthy Frank.
Come on, man! You can't do that! You can't do that to us, man!
We're gonna have an average well above 3.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
gosh.
as you guys are telling everyone to stand completely still, it is at that point, Vrek, you turn, stepping out of the hut, with the smoke beginning to funnel out, and you will like immediately pull your mask down to get a little bit of air, and you'll like look around for a moment, dropping a few of your tools to the side onto the ground, unawares as to the large threat that is currently in front of you, as it is just as the troll is going to look over in your direction, the professor quickly grabs you, Vrek, and you both dive into the forge once again, unnoticed at this moment in time.
Fool of a toque.
Sand Troll will stop for a moment, inspect, sniff the air, before eventually will lower itself back down into its cavern.
should we move farther away then?
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, because I'm sure it's gonna hear the clank. If you want, I can fly us farther away.
If you're wishing to move away a little further, that's completely fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Let's say like a couple hundred more feet. I didn't realize that was moving.
All right. Yes. You guys will move your base camp to different location, a few hundred more feet away from the chasm. Eventually, you'll start settling down and start digging a new hole, and you'll realize at the end of digging so, there will be no further issues, as there doesn't seem to be any further disruptions or disturbance of the trolls from within the chasm from your current location. You guys will be able to concentrate on the bonfire, creating the heat of magical energy to allow the cannon rock to be melted down into a selected cast that you had decided to make for your particular weapons. What exactly did you have in mind for these bombs?
Kind of. I want to have it so a couple spikes so it can stick if needed, but yeah, that's really about it. Probably a little disc shape, kind of landminey, but also could stick to places if needed.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure if we're going to use this to try and flood or try and take out the back yet.
Gotcha.
To try to make it a little bit
Creating-
easier, can I make sure the top's like kind of like concave so sand can like pile into it to actually sit on it so it can't like rumble off or anything?
Sure. I will say using the collective skills of both Vrek and Harry, both of you are able to work together using the combined forces of the magical energy of the create bonfire and Harry's skill of tinkering and crafting to eventually create two different bombs out of the 2 pounds of cannon rock, creating almost a circular flat-like surface on both of them, both of which have 4 points on the northeast side, south and west sides to create a almost hammered python like effect. Should you decide to embed them into stone or the ground. And you would know that they can be triggered when exposed to a certain measure of heat, like most cannon rock.
That shouldn't be an issue. Okay.
Oh, the flare could also work for that.
I am a fire specialist, my friend.
Then we're good.
That is also true. Technically, the flare gun could work for that.
And then yeah, so that's my 2 pounds, and then we could use, if Harry's okay with it, his to make many smaller ones that we could use to try and take out the upper part or lay on the bed of the ravine.
Just out of curiosity, the cannon rock, can it be broken down into like a powder? and then mixed with oil.
Are we making
Probably.
napalm here?
That's what I'm thinking.
Napalm is just gasoline and styrofoam.
Yeah.
It would have to be it'd have to be viscous somehow to cause the spreading.
Wait, don't we have an alchemical jug and we can make oil out of it?
Yes.
Depends on who took Olive's alchemical
Very heavy, I
jug.
think.
Hmm.
She almost had like a gallon of oil on her. Half a gallon.
She also had that delicious egg cream.
Also,
Oh.
Harry may be muted as well.
I also have 4
What?
glasses of oil too.
I didn't say a question to me directly. Sorry.
Would it be possible to powder the cannon rock?
Do I know of a chemical problem for that, or like would that actually cause an issue? As long as there's no sparks, if it's like
Yeah. Technically, it could be produced down into a very fine powder, but you've never really found a reason to do that. Especially when creating weapons that really wouldn't be useful to you in any measure or case. But this, that might work.
If it's powdered, ground down into a powder, and then put in oil, with my knowledge and Harry's knowledge of cannon rock, do we think that would be kind of what Vannon's thinking? Making napalm, basically.
Could certainly be a close
we
idea.
refer to this cookbook I found online.
Is it the Arcanist?
No, shut
No.
up, both of you, shut up.
Sorry, what were you saying, Rob?
Technically, yes. But you would need a lot of cannon rock for it to be useful.
We could try. I think we should use it for bombs. That's my vote.
Yeah, I'm down with bombs so we can blow up the frickin' top of the canyon and mine the bottom half.
Well, should we blow up the top, or could we carpet the bottom?
I think we can do both, because I was thinking of putting my arcane sigil like right here. But that takes an hour to do, and we would need to wait for these things to leave. And then, like, just daisy chain it with the explosion from the middle, and it blows upwards and downwards.
So let's say that's where we want them to stop, right?
Daisy, right before that happens, I almost set mine right before yours, so that way they get slow, which means their dexterity saves automatically fail, basically.
Yeah.
Could
Because
we
I got the powder for 2. You can have one, I can have the other.
Then we'll do something.
Because the thing is, I can make it thunder, fire, lightning, or acid, I think is the third one. I mean, the fourth one.
So
Or is it poison?
if we get the
Poison.
cart to stop like there, we set up the 2 big ones either by the tree to flood it, or at the end to cave it in. We set up smaller ones in the canyon floor to take care of everything except the cart.
Yeah, and I can have my sigil not, target inanimate objects, children, and any good alignment folk, or tieflings in general. Like, I can actually make it very detailed on what it can't and can target.
Because Rec would be okay with this because we're not caving in the entrances.
Because also, if we make like these 2, like here and here, trigger on receiving a shockwave, when I use the thunder damage from this, it'll blow those 2 up and cause a chain reaction.
Yeah, and Van and I can both shatter if needed.
Yeah. And I can set the trigger to anything, like the moment like water reaches it
Mhm.
or any other thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's the way to go. Like we crash the right side of the canyon inwards while also detonating the entire part of. So it'd be like double the danger right below you and right above you,
Mhm.
and then to your left there's a giant tree on fire. So it's like any person, no matter how well trained, would indeed panic.
While you guys are discussing, Tullius and Dune are continuing to move to these different patches, cutting down the nearby dried up trees and retrieving the broken up branches and logs and bringing them back to the camp. He will continue to ask you to do this, Dune, until you've made around maybe a good 20 or 24 figures.
All right. I will do that then.
All right. This will probably take maybe a good hour or two. So, if anyone else within the group is wishing to do anything, which I believe is what you guys have been doing with the bombs. So, after a good hour or so, you guys have completed your bombs. Or makeshift bombs, should I say, or makeshift mines. And Tullius and Dune have completed the makeshift mannequin-like figures, mostly made out of broken down dried wood that resemble humanoid-like features.
So, how goes your plan so far?
Which one?
Oh, there are many. I would love to hear from a few then, if you have so many in mind, but, try and keep it strict. We don't exactly have a lot of time, and based on this, we don't have a lot of light either. So, what exactly do you have in mind?
You'll look down at the smoke billowing out of the hole.
Oh, are we making barbecue?
Do I know what this looks like?
Looks like a hole with smoke coming out of it, and it smells pretty smoky. A little bit of very strong iron-like smell in there. Kind of smells like Harry's workshop a little.
No, Tullius, I think it's what's the word for it? A forge. There you go. I think that's what it is.
Oh, you're one of those. Gotcha. So, how goes the metal working?
Do I see how the bombs look? Kind of just while he's talking, I just look and see how the bombs are looking.
Looks like two molten rock in the shape of discs. With spikes on the four corners. That are relatively sharp and look like they could be placed into the ground or placed into some relatively loose or softer earth if being pressed into a wall, and seems to have a very distinctful glow that seems relatively familiar to the cannon rock from Respite.
I'll kind of tap Tullius on the shoulder and point over there. Unless like whatever we're doing, they finished up with it already.
Ah, well, don't know what that is, but good luck with whatever your plan is. I do believe your distraction should be ready as well.
Well, that's good. Because we're basically planning on leveling the entire innards of this canyon.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, this whole canyon is going to be deeper by the time we're done with it. Obviously, we'll rescue the children first. We're not killing any children. But what happens after we rescue the children, now that's the interesting part.
That's the fun part.
You see him looking shocked at first, and then concerned with the fact that you're being serious about what you're saying.
Daisy doesn't fuck around. She may be a bit fucked up in the head after all the fucking torture, but you know.
So, just so we're clear, this whole big boom that you have in mind happens after the people are out, yes?
Yes, once they're inside the rope trick is sealed. Tile canyon lights up, and
And
enemies are with it.
there's no way of it firing back. There's no like misfires. You completely trust this particular piece of device.
I trust the magic of my compatriots, yes.
He just stares at you, Daisy, for a moment, looks down at the 2 bombs that are currently in Harry's hands.
I do hope so. I really do.
Oh, these are not the ones on the floor of the canyon. These ones are for the water.
You just see his eyes go wide before slowly beginning to step aside and prepare for the night.
This is the help he recruited. He made his own bed.
He's the one who hired a bunch of psychopaths. I mean, what do you expect?
Like, you don't truly know how psychopathic someone is until they start committing war crimes against enemies.
Pretty much.
The Geneva Convention has not been invited yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
gonna be created
the
because of
closest
us at this
thing-
point.
The only
More like
the
a
closest thing that there is
Geneva
the Benin Act, and that's mostly against the factions.
More like Geneva
Well,
suggestion.
technically.
At least I'm after I'm done with it.
So yeah, I guess we're gonna turn the 10 pounds Harry has into a freaking bombs for the canyon.
Okay. Harry, you are turning 10 pounds of this stuff into essentially a carpet bomb.
I guess so.
So-
I'm not
I
gonna
don't
lie. I
know.
didn't know we had
Uh,
10 pounds.
Yes,
I don't know. That's up
we
to
bought
you.
20 pounds. 10 for Rex, 10 for Harry. so
That
so
good good.
just so we're putting.
Man, I could have made so many good things with those.
I will buy you more.
I mean, that's fair.
So-
Well, that's what you want.
So,
Whoa,
What's the risk
wow.
level to me personally during this creation?
obviously you'll have Rex help, but this I think this is the amount of bombs we need. That's what? Freaking 14?
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 14.
Yeah, because I'll have my freaking sigil right there. Which is 20-foot sphere. There. Obviously, it'll trigger the corner 2, and then freaking down the line. Then these are triggered by us up here, and then these are triggered by Vrek. Then fun times.
Did we figure if we want to cave in the back or try and see if that thing will flood?
I don't think we should flood the canyon. Just let the freaking tree do its thing. And then
Well, it has
once,
to have water.
well, yeah, I can control water into it.
From
From the source, right? That's what we're gonna do, right?
that's what I'm
Or did I
saying. What are we
misunderstand?
doing? Do you want me to bomb here, or do you want me to bomb the back?
Oh, okay. I see.
Because none of these bombs are doing the tree for the water.
Oh, okay, so we're not doing the water then,
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
because we should do the water for the tree. Because I'll deal with any non-undead fire beings that the explosive carpet bomb doesn't deal with, or the collapsing. I mean, if we're collapsing the top and carpet bombing the bottom, we don't really need the tree then.
These 14 bombs were made. Is that including?
That's with the 10 pounds.
That's only
That's the
okay. That's Harry's.
yeah, Harry's.
Okay, so I still
Not
got my
yours.
2 big ones. Okay.
Yeah. So these are obviously going to be smaller than those 2 ones, those 1-pounders, but
Which is
obviously, you know, since we're gonna detonate the whole upper part.
All right, so I'll put my 2 big ones to collapse the back, right?
I think collapse the front because their
So
goal is in in this direction, right? So let me change this to, but like their goal is to go this way, right? So we should collapse the front.
I thought the goal was to go the other
No,
direction.
No, they're coming from down here up this way, if I'm not mistaken, right? Rob.
Are they going bottom
coming-
right to top left or top left to bottom right?
You believe that they're coming from the top left.
Okay, so
That's why every time Dan's like, "Whoa, do
Sorry,
the
I'm
exit," I'm like, "What
dyslexic.
are you talking about?" No, I'm
I'm dyslexic as fuck. I'm sorry.
okay. So we should take out their escape or take out their passage.
Escape.
So okay, so we're the back. Are you in agreement, Daisy?
I will forever remember that, Rob.
Yeah.
This right
That'll be
here.
in my repertoire forever.
Yeah, and then we can just also collapse the other part as well, like if need be. But the primary objective is the escape.
Okay. All right, so I'll do those. I'll put the 2 back there. Okay.
Dungeons and Dragons, the only place where a group of people can discuss how to blow up an environmental structure without any repercussions.
Well, there will be repercussions later. I guarantee it.
Oh, there will be repercussions. You just don't know if it's going to involve you or someone else.
Whoever it's for, it's not gonna be good.
What's the name of the region that we're in?
You are currently in the region of Estira.
That sounds like an Astera problem for us Keonosians.
That's what the pilgrim said.
All I have to say is the Geneva Convention was made after the things were done. So
technically it wasn't illegal.
All right, so I like this. I like this.
do you really like this? Are you sure?
I like this plan.
I'm all for it.
We just have to figure out who's going in the rope trick.
Vannon and Dune, right?
I guess if things pop off, you're gonna be short main.
Well, you can pop out. You just have to get them in the hole.
Just out of curiosity, is the rope trick, when you cast rope trick, what exactly does it create?
An invisible extra dimensional hole.
So is there an actual object there, or is it just nothingness?
There's nothing there. There's a rope which can be pulled into the hole.
Yeah.
Link it again. There we go.
climbing to the top of the rope.
The professor standing in front of his father as he invites him to show him the progression of his newest company. The future.
He's spying on us as we plan terroristic acts.
His father just
It's
watching.
not terrorism. It's not if they're not a government agency. Okay.
Exactly.
They're also a terrorist organization.
So
So is this
technically-
counterterrorism?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Counter terrorists. There you go. Perfect.
Fighting terrorism with terrorism.
Would they literally be like the Taliban? A government organization taking over our country?
Good question.
We can answer that later.
The new question of the campaign: are we the bad guys?
I've been asking myself that for a while. to
No,
be
we're
honest.
saving kids. We're good. I'll be back.
Just
Okay,
because you're not a bad guy does not mean that you're a bad guy.
Basically. So yeah, there's rope trick. So obviously the idea would be to plug it with the sphere, Dune being the sphere.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So, just for confirmation here.
Are you really gonna ask us if
before-
we're sure? Are you sure you want to ask that question to this group?
You know what? That's actually fair. We're gonna get to that when we get to it. So, just a friendly heads up. It is maybe a good 3 or so hours until sunset. The sun is descending. There is that slight orange hue in the sky that shows the descending into a late afternoon into the evening. You guys will
Yes.
know that the caravan will be entering the entrance of the chasm at sunset of the next day.
All right.
So, Tullius has said that he's got a distraction ready with the 20 or so mannequins that he and Dune had created. You guys know that there is a tree that will create a vast amount of fire should you decide to provide it with water, where there seems to be a source of running water in the wall directly next to it. You are able to create the 2 bombs of the pounds of cannon rock with the relative ease of the forge. You're trying to make more?
Yeah, so using 10 pounds, we're making 14 bombs. So let's see, how many pounds are we talking about?
Okay. I will say this will take some time.
Yeah, I mean, we got the night. The night's still young.
Okay. So 14. So each of these bombs will probably take you around about 30 minutes or so. So this is going to be this is going to be a 7-hour job.
Shit.
Even though
Yeah.
they're smaller than the ones that we made before.
They're each 0.7 pounds.
I mean, that's
0.71
fine.
to
We
be
have the
exact.
time. I don't mind, and that's
Right.
exactly how long I have create bonfire for. So
Yeah, I honestly want to put the sigil before we go to sleep though. So I'll try to find a window for that. Like if the trolls decide to go out at night to hunt, I would take the chance for it.
well, I mean, we also have to put the
What I'm saying
bombs
is,
down.
first of
Yeah.
all, Harry and Vrek,
Mhm.
you will not be able to take the first or second watch during patrol tonight because
I
of
don't even
you
like watch.
taking care of this particular business.
That's fine. I have sleepless, so I only need
Mhm.
not as long to get a long rest. So no worries. I'm okay
Okay.
with that.
All right. So, if you two are wanting to take care of that, using the 10 pounds of cannon rock, you guys will spend the next few hours working away and constructing those bombs as you see fit.
Oh wait, I'm surprised Rob hasn't done it yet.
Done one.
There it is.
Rico would be happy.
Mm-hmm.
He would be. He's not here, sadly.
He's in our hearts. It's okay.
And our bottle.
He's in the pearl.
Sweet.
While they're doing that, Bane will grab the wind fan out of the bag of holding, just in case.
I have the wind fan.
But- Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I'll give you the 2,000, not 2,200 diamond dust worth
Okay.
for your rune. And it
Yep,
obviously would be
I'll-
better if we do that before we go to sleep. And obviously with the if we have to, I can force the trolls to leave so we can do it before nightfall. Well, not nightfall, before we go to bed.
As you guys are starting to set up camp, Tullius will look over.
Don't mind if you ask me to take care of one of the watches. I will indeed take care of one of them if you need me. But wanted to keep an eye
Oh
out
yes,
to
I
see
just assumed as much.
when exactly these patrols would be coming in.
Mm, let's see. I'll stay awake for the first one, and then we need someone for third and fourth. Events takes third and fourth. I mean, I would say second is perfect for Tullius. If Vannon takes third and fourth, and if Red can't take any, Harry can't take any, then there's Professor and Dune. I think we should be fine. Yeah, because I'll
Yeah,
take
it'll be
first.
Before we go to bed, I want to use the dragon scale blue thing and check to see if there's any blue dragons within 30 miles. You said one of them was flying on a blue dragon, right?
Smart.
Yes,
Fish.
you did. Let me check.
I think we have one shot of an early warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good thinking.
30 miles?
Yes.
No.
So we know at least they're not within 30 miles. You do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, do that. Can you do it right before we
Yeah.
launch the ambush, like a couple minutes before? That'd be
Yeah,
super
it's
helpful.
only an
Okay.
action. So.
Nice.
Excellent. All right. So, as you guys are seeing the sun beginning to plummet down, turning into a more early evening, any preparations you're wishing to do before you guys officially make up camp?
They're just
Have
basically
have these
building
things
bombs.
not left at all during this time?
They have not.
Just making bombs basically, and where the rest of us are kind of just sitting around.
Also,
For the most part, is what's happening.
uh,
Gather around the campfire that's hopefully decently far away from our forge with explosives.
I need to do something dumb because I'm bored. Yeah, I want to. While they're doing that, Rob, can I do the? I want to pull out a dagger and do that knife thing where you splay your hand out on a table and punch down with the tip
Five
in between
finger
the fingers.
it would be 4 fingers for him. You know,
Yeah.
he's missing one.
4.5
I don't
finger
know.
fillet.
It's 4.5. That's Let's be real.
Let's get even 4. Let's get down there.
But I
We
mean,
got
no,
this.
it'd be I'd have 5. I'd be doing it on my left hand because my right hand's a dominant hand, and that's the one that lost the tip of the pinky.
Oh, you want it to be even then? Okay, I understand. You know, symmetry is important.
Okay.
Like something to do while I'm bored because we're just like sitting around for hours basically when they're making buff.
I mean, if you want to check the surrounding areas, you want to scout out what's going on in the chasm with the trolls you're
How do you finger off? He chose cut finger off.
Actually, that makes a good point.
Nope.
Okay, no,
Nope.
okay.
He chose
scratch
cut finger
that.
off.
I mean, if since I said it, if I'm committed, I'll do it. But
Sure. Roll me an acrobatics check, please.
$15. I
Okay.
kind of wanted it to be a 1.
You are able to maneuver your hand, and able to carefully place the blade between your fingers. There is the occasional moment of you think that one of the striking downs of the blades as you get too fast with your rhythm is about to strike down on one of your smaller limbs. However, you're quickly able to adjust and maneuver just slightly. And there is actually a moment where someone brushes on by and just gives you a slight distraction for a moment, and you're like, what? Before eventually slamming the blade down. And you'll notice that your blade is maybe a good inch away from your other pinky. And you had realized, oh, wait, right, as Daisy's voice of evening it out suddenly appears in the back of your head.
Beautiful.
You start to realize that there's probably better things to do with your time than possibly losing additional parts of your body.
Oh yeah, of course.
And
you make
you do see the edge of the chasm.
I will. Since I do have a lot of time, I kind of would just by myself, kind of stealthily sneak into just an area where I can kind of get a good vantage point down in the chasm and just see if I can like, if I can see any comings and goings of these things. Try to get like maybe some kind of timetable down. I don't know. Just scouting out. Watch.
Go ahead and roll me either a survival or perception check, please.
Okay. It's the same. You know, let's never do survival. Let's do survival. Damn.
They've been in there for a while.
There's no movement whatsoever.
Yeah, like they've been in there for a while. Like it's almost, I don't know, like they live there or something.
Sure. I'm just.
Weirdos.
I mean, I really want to.
You're taking notes, and you're starting to think that if these creatures are not coming out during the daytime, then it's more than likely that they are more nocturnal.
Okay, so kind of the reason they were out before is because we were making noise and causing vibrations and whatnot.
Very
kind of
likely,
good
yes.
assumption. Okay.
You were causing a lot of commotion. They were feeling something towards their home, and it seems that they are definitely either at this moment in time resting or preparing themselves for the night.
Okay.
As you are watching and the sun begins to set, however, it is just as the sun is beginning to set. You do see the sand troll from this hole. The clawed hand begins to stretch out, wrapping around the top of the entrance before crawling out. Glancing up and, like, peeling and pushing away from the sunlight, as if it is, like, harmed by it, by the direct sunlight itself, before eventually
Whoa.
pulling back and looking around, adjusting its eyes, before seeming to look around, giving a few grunts into the air in a language you do not fully understand. Before you do see the one over here, claw rising to the surface, see the horns protruding up, looks over at the other sand troll, They seem to be having some form of conversation with each other.
Damn shame I can't understand it. Yeah, no.
After a moment, you see the closer sand troll disappear, only for a minute later for him to reappear with what looks to be a half-eaten corpse of some sort, of some form of beast-like creature, which throws across the chasm to the other troll, which catches it in the air, and then once again disappears into the cave.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll make my way back to camp as quietly and lightly as possible.
Okay.
Don't be careful, they're active now.
Then we'll wait till they leave. Because Ven
Should be
and I at least have to do our runes before we go to sleep.
yeah, no, it should be pretty soon.
Waiting, waiting. As the sun finally begins to melt on the horizon, you'll hear the slight shifting sounds of heavier footsteps beginning to retreat out of the entrances of the chasm as you do see tall, towering figures, horns extending from the heads, slowly protruding from the entrance of the chasm and starting to make their way out. You'll see the front one sniffing the air, trying to catch a scent, before immediately whistling. And you'll see immediately scrambling out from the nearby hole what seems to be additional creatures familiar to some of you as Bullet. Scrambling out like pets, and immediately following after the trolls as they begin to slowly sink down into the sand and dirt.
But their pets don't wake them up before you go to the bathroom.
As they all dive into the ground, I would like for everyone to roll me a stealth check, please.
The trolls dive into the ground too?
Yes, they do.
They do. Okay, did that happen last session?
They dove out of the sand where you guys had
Oh,
originally
yeah,
been.
yeah. Yeah, they popped up. Okay.
You said stealth?
Yes, please.
I'm going to add 5.
Viral?
Oh, Tullius. Okay. Let's see. So, 21. 5.
We had the least stealthy group known to man.
We got a decent. No, we got a decent average. We have a couple
We
people
have
that
a lot of
our
heavy
average.
armors.
Hey, we got to be at yeah, the 8 hurts, the 5 hurts. I think we have at least.
Someone do.
I got a 6, but I
17?
added a 5 to mine. Oh, you got a 5, Daisy. Okay. Sorry, I can only give 5 to one person.
Oh, so you got 11 then. Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah.
got 11.
Yeah.
No, we're like 14, 15, maybe 16.
Hectic.
We're missing a stealth roll too.
Mr. Dunn.
He may not be here.
Oh no. Okay.
Who's in here? Oblivious, not one.
I did say BRB like
Yes,
10
you
minutes
did.
ago.
Dang. Okay. Let's see if I can steal his character sheet real quick. Hold on.
Call him automatic 20. Dune's pretty stealthy. Nah, but at least he's not wearing heavy armor.
Can I see? Yes, I can. Awesome. Stealth +2.
We have advantage in theory because we're inside the bubble.
I don't believe the bubble is up. Dune, stealth check,
What?
please.
I thought we were in the tiny hut. No, we drank at least
Yeah.
one more dose of wine then, right? Oh, damn it.
We're so fucked.
Damn it. Yeah, that brings us down.
Wait. Okay. I think.
So, group
Let's see.
stealth at this moment in time. 94
Yeah. We did have
divided by
like
Divided by
7.
7.
we did have like a
You made
15 or 16 before
13.
Dune. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn it, I was right too. God damn it.
Checking passive perceptions for these guys.
The sharks
Well,
got
maybe they don't see it. They're dumb.
The sharks are going to be above 13 for sure, right? Like
They're dumb. Believe they're dumb. Believe. I'm not feeling you believe.
I want to believe, Harry. I want to believe.
Let's see.
I couldn't hear your belief.
I wish for them to believe. Let's see. Oh, that's why I called you. Right. Let's see. You are the wrong one. Nice. Passive perception for a bullet is
-2.
Sorry, but the land sharks got
It's
to
a
be high.
12. I'm sure of it, guys.
as you guys see them beginning to swim away into the earth, there is a sudden stop in the motion. The rumbling stops. You see one of the heads of the trolls slowly poking out of the sand. As you see one of the boulettes also rising up directly in front of it, facing towards your group.
They look like they're just kind of looking over here, or are they like, actually seeing us?
As you are checking that out, you immediately hear 4 sets of rumbling heading directly towards your group.
I'm gonna tell the cat to run off in a parallel direction, perpendicular direction.
So
And you
scatter.
see this one dive down into the ground as well.
Should I get the eagles out?
I'm telling my cat to run off right now to make as much
Yeah.
tremors as possible. It runs at a speed of 40. And then if it feels like it's about to be attacked, to turn into flight form and fly away.
Okay. You immediately feel the cat leaving your side and creating as much vibrations as it can as possible, as it's jumping up and down in its motions to try and create any sound or vibration. However, you'll see all of those rumblings seem to be directed towards the group, as if they are now directed towards not vibration, but a directive order.
Eagles.
I'm summoning the owls.
Oh,
8
yeah,
owls. Each owl will scoop up each individual party member, and using flyby and going full speed, we leave.
Okay, but I have to know, Rob, is one of those owls burned in a familiar way? Like, or its feathers singed in a familiar way? Do I recognize them? No, they do come back, Owly.
You'll notice that one of the owls are particularly singed, as are a few of the others that you start to recognize, as some of them did get particularly scarred. However, you will see one of them looking around, and immediately catch your eye of like recognition, as you do see some of the other owls immediately pick up familiarity to some of you and start picking you up, and you'll see some of the nearby owls that you recognized before from some of the scorch marks are now picking you up as their mounts.
Hey.
Yeah, they're pulled from the Fey realm. Like they're
I'm
actual,
so happy
they're
it's just
actual
not another
creatures.
copy and they die every time you unsummon them.
And it hasn't been a full day, so
They don't die; they
haven't.
just blip back.
Yeah. But yeah, we're gone. Everybody grabs their stuff and we're off.
Oh, yeah, because I'm
Okay.
on an owl and I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Yeah,
The moment the
fly by.
owls are appearing, you see they immediately grabbing all of you by the arms or whatever limb is available, pulling you up from the earth, as you see immediately pulling out from the ground and erupting 5 bullets erupting from the ground, trying to snap out towards all of you, as you see one of the sand trolls also reaching out, flying into the air. How high are you guys currently, Daisy?
Since they go, I think they go 120 at full sprint, so 120 feet up in the air.
Okay.
When I see this thing troll jumping, can I take a shot at it?
You can.
And yeah, if I see him like leaping, trying to like I just maybe even to like throw off his trajectory or just anything. Just I want to take a shot at him when I see him jumping at us.
Okay. As you see the troll diving, pushing out into the air, almost like a geyser, as you see the sand troll jump almost 30 feet up and swing out into the air as you guys are flying directly upwards, before diving back down and almost like swan dive style back into the sand.
30 feet.
You are free to make an attack against it if you wish.
Okay. My bill. So I can focus right now too, right? Like there's nothing. I don't need to use my movement for anything. I would assume right the owl.
You technically no, because you didn't move per se. It made you move.
Perfect. Hey, you know what? We might as well. No, let's just needs to be a crit. God damn it. I assume 25 hits.
25 does hit.
Do that for massive damage. Oh damn. Oh no, that was better than that. Decent roll still. 30 points magical piercing.
30 points of magical piercing. As you see it impact, you do see some of the trajectory of the fall does cause it to corkscrew slightly, sending the sand troll into a slight pivot before impacting against the ground. It is not a delightful landing, as it does impact against the ground before eventually crawling down, snapping the remains of the energy of your shot away from its limb before crawling and swimming back down into the sand.
Nice, that's all I wanted. Perfect. Oh, they're pissed off
are
now.
flying. You'll see them watch for a moment, as if almost circling around your flying group, before maybe a couple minutes later you'll see them stop and start swimming and eventually disappearing towards the east.
Yeah, as soon as we would have taken off, I would have told the cat to take off and try and join up with us.
Okay. After a while, you do feel the slight weight of the cat paws on your shoulder, Rick.
Okay.
Yeah, so as we wait, and if Daisy notices that they've moved away successfully a great distance, she'll drop the owl that doesn't have any passengers to the ground and suss it out.
Okay.
So we'll wait like 10, 15 minutes.
All right. So let's see. The one without a passenger?
Yeah.
Does this one have a name?
God, I have to start naming them.
That's
We'll call
Agamemnon.
him. I was
I
about to
mean, technically,
say.
you could have everyone name their own owl, and then just name the last one however you wish.
Okay, so since this is the last one, I'll name him Rufus.
Okay, so Rufus is gonna go down and start flying in, and I will allow you to have the token to direct him, as this guy is no longer here. Let's bring on Rufus down. Where are you, Rufus? There you are. Well, hopefully you are here. Did I archive you? I might have archived you. No, I have no idea where those are.
Let's see. I can. There we go. I pulled it out.
Thank
It's
you.
in characters.
Oh, it's in characters? Son of a
Mhm.
gun. Okay. I was wondering where that was. Okay. So
It's
Rufus
10
is
size
coming
larger, but
down.
I can't
Yes,
make it
I got it.
larger.
So Rufus is coming down.
Yeah, he'll sit right there on the trees. If there
Alright.
are any left.
There are no trees, just bramble-like bushes.
Alright, he'll land
That
right
have
there where he
very
is.
dry-like branches along the sides. Say there. We'll look around for a moment. No immediate signs of action.
Yeah, we'll wait like 5 minutes, and if nothing happens, we land.
Rufus will remain there. Will actually tap the ground to create some form of like checking to see if they are nearby. Taps over here. Taps over here. Taps over here. Eventually he'll like make a full circle coming around before he'll stop here around the 5 minutes.
Alright, we all land. And I quickly go and head over to put the arcane sigil.
Okay.
Van does also.
So, you guys have a feeling you have a limited amount of time, as it is now getting dark. You are free to move your tokens as you wish to where you wish to go. So Daisy, you're climbing your way down, making your
Well,
way into
I'm
the
on my
bottom
owl.
of the chasm. Oh, you're using your owl? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing the owls. They
Oh
will
my
stay for the
God.
duration.
Okay.
So I'll have Rufus just overhead scouting, making sure they're not coming.
Okay. Have Rufus roll me a perception check, please.
Yup. Come on, load faster. I know you can do it. Oh, alright, they have advantage. So 17.
17. He's keeping an eye on things.
Right. So yeah, so I am using a 5th level glyph of warding right
Okay.
here on a rock, and I'm gonna do it on the bottom of the rock, and it's going
Okay.
to be very it's going to be very specific because
Okay.
apparently you can make this thing very specific. So
Yes.
it's obviously going to be an explosive rune, which has a
Okay.
20-foot radius sphere centered on the point of this rock.
Okay.
The sphere, it will not target any inanimate objects, as in wood, so metal, like the cart. It won't also target children, tieflings. It will not target my party members. It will also not target any being that is considered good. And let's see what else. it will trigger. That's a good question. The trigger. I would say when Vanon's ruin triggers, they will chain together in Vanon's triggers and then mine triggers, which will then spread out and trigger all the bombs. And then it has a safe word, passcode, which will be Jenga.
How original.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of anything else, and that came to mind.
Okay. And Vanon, I'm assuming you're doing the same?
Yes, but it's going to be for slow instead.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I know basically it'll spiral out. Anyone that's not a child will get hit by it. So it starts from the center and kind of spirals outwards.
Bring a bunch of
Gotcha.
child soldiers. That'd be real awkward.
That would be awkward.
All right. So where you're currently at is a glyph of slow, and where Daisy's at is a glyph of explosion. Gotcha.
Yep, specifically thunder damage, which will trigger with the shockwave. It will trigger the first two explosives in the chain.
Gotcha. Go ahead and put a dot here real quick for Vanon. Right there. Thank you. And then I'll put a red dot for Daisy. There we go. Your places are marked. Vrek is going to the northwest of the ravine, setting up his 2 bombs there. If you don't mind, go ahead and mark the 2 places that you're wanting your bombs, please, Vrek. I will also say, if you guys are wanting to take a quick break at this point,
Okay.
we are able to do so.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, so we will go ahead and take a quick break. We'll see you guys at the 40-minute mark.
Okay.
Go ahead and take a quick drink, stretch your legs, whatever you may need, and I'll see you guys then.
Okay,
You wanna
new
continue
plan,
planning?
guys. New plan.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself and go ahead and get myself an actual drink as you guys make a new plan for the new time. Who knows how many times? Oh god. Ah!
I don't know if it ain't.
I don't know if I actually want to make a new plan. I'm over plans.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yo.
I
If you're not back and you're currently muted, I will be taking damage by 1d4. Not that one.
Oh, every second.
Real quick.
Every second you're not here, I will roll a d4. By that d4, you'll be taking damage until you are dead.
So 2d4. Got it.
Welcome back, everyone. So, at this moment in time, as you guys are placing your charges on the ground, the owl will give a slight coo into the air, giving it an indication that it can currently see something. Rufus is going to lift off the ground and
Yeah. We're out of here again because they're coming back.
We're
there
supposed to put some
is
bombs here somehow.
a moment before you see the large mound of the bullets eventually coming out of the ground before surfacing and breaking through the hard rock exterior of the chasm space and making their way into their hole as they make their way inside. The trolls will return, one of which holding what seems to be a half a piece of what looks to be a horse-like creature. As you see, the second one is currently holding the other half. As you'll see that there is looks to be a relatively dark-looking mare that has been torn in half and is currently being devoured by two of the sand trolls. You can see bursting out of the ground what seems to be the third one that is currently carrying the stallion of the mare. Of a horse, makes its way over to this cliff face, throws the horse inside, and makes his way in. No further change.
So what all did we get down?
So far, you have the two Glyph of Warding charges at the bottom, one of which is for an exploding charge laid by Daisy, the other one is for a slow laid by Vannon. You have your two charges that should be set over here. You can choose where those charges are if you want to mark them.
Wherever I think would be structurally those weak points I looked for earlier, the day before, to cause the most collapse.
You would believe that that would be in this crack right.
One there and one on the other side, or just on this side? This should cover all of it.
That should bring the entirety of that side down if you put both charges in there.
Okay.
If you're wanting to put one in there and possibly one in here, you do notice that there is possibly a weak spot right around here.
Do I think if, let's say, this charge detonates, it could activate the other two, my two?
Like a chain reaction?
Yeah.
No, yours would be a bit too high up.
Okay, so I have to figure out I could shoot them. So if I shoot them, Okay, I'll put it in the one spot then, because more chance for it going off. Like that. So one there, one there. And if I think that should cover it all, it should close it off, then yeah, I'll do that.
Yes. You think that using both of the charges you have, and placing them in that particular crack in the cliff face would probably bring the entire thing down. The whole 100 feet, which would close off the entire cap.
Yeah. Then I'll do that. That way I only have to hit one instead of two.
That's correct. But that was all you were able to do before the trolls had started to return.
Alright, so I didn't really get a chance to do the ground stuff, the other ground stuff. Yeah, we just gotta figure out how we're gonna get the rest in there.
Yeah, if we manage to get them to leave with the owls on the next day for like an hour or two, we could get the rest down. Or if they leave during the night, whoever's on watch can go and start planting them.
So you guys are currently still flying.
I'll land us a bit away from our earlier encampment,
Okay.
like 500 feet.
Okay. So you're
Then-
currently 1,000 feet out, away from the chasm at the moment.
Yeah, and then time to make a new forge, I guess.
Yeah, if we can, because I'd actually like to make another one. I'll use 3 pounds of my own cannon rock and try and make a pressure trigger mine or bomb.
Yeah, and then make all the other bombs we need.
We made it. Oh, we were interrupted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many we got done before they interrupted us, but yeah.
You were in the process of heating.
So none.
Oh, we got
Some-
none then. Yeah. So,
Okay,
now that
then yeah,
we're
we'll
farther
work on
away-
those first.
Making a new forge. Luckily, you have Dune with you, so that's relatively faster now. However, you are able to make a forge using the crate bonfire and using by material on hand as additional cannon. How many? 14, you said?
Yeah. 14.
Okay.
6 for the top and then 8 for the ground. And
Okay.
and 2 of those trigger with a shockwave.
Okay.
Like
And
impact mines.
how much cannon rock is in there? Is in each one?
Let's see. According to the math, it's 0.72 no 0.714 pounds per.
Okay.
3/4 of a pound each.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. You are able to take the time working through the next few hours. As I said, this is going to be probably a nice 7-hour long job.
Mm-hmm.
As you are beginning the work, you will notice as night has finally began to start and begins to rise, that you do see what looks to be relative torchlight that seems to be beginning to rise towards the northwest. You'll see what looks to be a gathering of torches that seem to be gathered and slowly beginning to maneuver and shift around the side of the mountainside towards the northwest. And you see that this collective light source seems to gather in one single force and then suddenly dip out of your vision. As you'll see Tullius look over in that direction, give a slow nod.
I do believe that will be another trolls. If you don't mind, I would like to take a close look when they pass by.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, since we put the triggers for the other cart, so we should be fine.
Excellent. I'll take care of this. Worry about me, I'll just be getting some quick information. Maybe gather some intel I might be facing tomorrow.
Very well.
And he will wait.
I give him as he's
Watching.
about to leave. Where's it? Death word?
Okay. You will see him watch and wait until you see the lights beginning to flash and shine along the edges of the chasm nearby where you know the sand trolls are. And you see Tullius immediately removing the remains of his armor and stepping forwards and making his way forwards. So no disadvantage. 13. Goodness. And is going to make his way over here. Do you guys remain where you are?
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think I can pick up the forge.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one who's going to go scout. I don't know if Professor wants to tag along, but it's up to him.
Nope. I am. Yeah, I'm sticking here.
I am out of spells, so I am donezo. Well, out of spells that could assist.
Van, Professor, you see that Tullius is already removed his armor to make sure that he is less noticeable, and is
As you're-
currently stalking his way over towards the edge of the chasm, where you can currently hear the sounds of patrolling footsteps and the obvious signs of light coming from within.
Huh. Okay. I wanna.
I want to wake everyone up.
I kind of want to. I want to go on them. You know what? Yeah, I'll go with them.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please.
Okay. Damn. Okay.
It's a little better than before.
That will definitely help Tullius in his current situation. As you both make your way forwards, you being able to help Tullius be a little light-footed in comparison, as you're able to tell him where to step forwards and avoid the more audious like sounds of the breaking rocks that he was about to step on, you guys make your way into the undergrowth and currently broken down dried bushes that he is using for some cover. As you guys will see, stepping in the center of the chasm, see, currently not disturbing the two stones that are placed down at this moment in time, luckily. You can see this.
Is this about the time frame he said? I feel like this is this a little earlier than expected?
No, this is maybe a good around the same time
It is. Okay.
said that this would be the caravan. Except this is not the caravan that you're after. This is one that's currently happening the day before.
Okay.
Let's see. See this individual here. That is what you currently see there, and you see in front of them, speaking to what seems to be one of the sand trolls, as you see another one is currently stalking out of the cave, as another one is currently being surrounded by 3 archers that are currently holding bolts towards its neck in a defensive of, you try anything, we will fire. And you will see that there is some form of veil, like shine, that seems to be covering the particular entranceway here, where the bullets had originally come from.
Wait, which entrance is being covered? Those X's? No, not
This
the.
one
Oh,
here.
there. Okay. Okay.
Where
Huh.
you'd seen the land sharks had
Can I
been.
identify which person down there is making that happen? by chance?
You cannot from this current space.
Okay.
You can see at the front of this caravan where 2 creatures currently brandishing very dark scalish like tendrils along the spikes of its back. You can see a purplish like energy that seems to reside in its stomach, crackling and thrashing within along the neck. As you do see a almost gaping maw that seems to branch out each time it snaps the air as it continues to pull at cart. You can see within the cart what looks to be 5 figures, currently sat down and covered in the same gray-like mask and cloaks that you had seen in the figures of Avin. However, they are relatively small.
Okay.
And clearly not of your size. And you can see at the front someone who seems relatively familiar, seeming as you've seen someone who looked like this on your ship before, as they had come onto your ship with a flaming vessel themselves. Someone looking like this, familiar to a Zentarum-like agent, is currently speaking to the Sand Troll, speaking in the same language, guttural like groans and shouts that seem to be giving out slight orders, pointing towards the caves and pointing towards the sides. And it's a very clear like indication that there's either orders or some form of deal being made at this moment between the group and the trolls.
Okay. I just want to make note of the dimensions of the cart specifically, and like kind of where it stopped, like where its positioning is. Assuming that this is a regular occurrence every time they bring a cart through here.
You can see that the cart has currently stopped, maybe a good few feet back from where you're wanting it to be. It's currently in the space where Vannon has placed his slow rune.
Yeah.
You do believe that if brought forwards, the cart could be placed in the proper position.
Sure.
From what you can see, the cart itself is currently unmanned and seems to be pulled by these creatures that seem to be rather tame and obedient. And you're not entirely sure who the owner or slash owners are. But they seem to be rather obedient and accepting command without any verbal indication to do so. You can see that the cart itself has 4 wheels, mostly made out of wood and what seems to be relatively pale-looking stone, like wheels, that seem familiar to the sand-like stone of Anikotal that the buildings were made out of.
Okay.
The one thing that you will notice, Professor, is that the cage on the back of the carriage is an open bar cage.
Open bar cage.
Which makes you wonder, why can't they just get out? Or
Oh,
why
so
can't they reach out?
they're actually like the size where they could squeeze through the bars if they wanted to?
There does seem to be, if one of these smaller figures wanted to, there could be like a space that they could squeeze in between the bars, yeah.
Okay. Huh.
But for whatever reason, they are sat down, like either hunched over, heads down, defeated, sleeping, and something's not right. You're not entirely sure what, but something's not right. You can't really catch it. However, you can see Tullius is currently focused in on the conversation between the Zentarum agent and the troll, and he'll look over at you before looking back down.
I'm assuming that you don't understand what they're saying.
Just shake my head.
It seems that whoever this leader is rewarding the trolls for keeping an eye on this place for so long. Apparently, the trolls are telling them that they have seen a few things as of late and said that they just saw a set of wandering travelers.
Oh shit.
You see him stop for a moment, as if listening to the conversation.
Seems that if we are sighted again, the trolls are ordered to attack us on sight.
Sure, I mean they're basically probably gonna do that anyways.
Yes.
Can you look closer at that cart? You notice those bars are quite wide. It looks like they could slip out if they wanted to. I mean, I feel like something's not right here, but I can't put my finger on it.
He's gonna lean in for a moment. He's going to reach into his side, look down for a second, and sigh, realizing that he doesn't have a pack. Because it's still in the hole.
Sure.
I wish I had something, but sadly I do not have it in my possession. There's, if you don't mind giving me a moment, try and keep an eye on things. I'll be right back.
Wait, hold on. You need something out of your pack?
Yes.
Why don't I go? Because I am, judging by what happened earlier, about 10 times stealthier than you are. Tell me what you need. I'll grab it and bring it back.
My pack. There is a side pocket on the left side. There should be a set of... There should be some form of contraption there that will be useful to me.
Side
Retrieve
pocket,
it for
left
me,
side.
please.
All right, got it. Yeah, I'll make my way back to where Vannon is as stealthily and quietly as possible.
Okay.
Vannon, I need to get in the the pack in the hole, please.
Okay.
Tullius's pack.
Yep. No problem.
I will say at this point, you guys have probably set up the tiny hut and have
Sure.
already started preparations to set up camp for the night.
Just kind of tell as I'm waiting for Vannon to get the hole out. I'll basically tell everyone exactly what we're looking at. Like the cart looks like it stops like here, a little bit further back. So you might want to reset those glyphs if possible. A lot of guys, and they look like they have some kind of understanding, or maybe even some sort of alliance with the trolls. So I don't know if the trolls get involved. There's a good chance they'll focus on us. That's what we're looking at. Once Bannon gets the hole out, I'll I don't know, use a stick or something to fish the pack out and get the contraption out of the left side pocket.
Quickly peeling the hole out and eventually retrieving his pack. You'll find on the left side pocket what looks to be two sets of what you could only assume to be spy glasses attached to each other to create a more binocular-like device. And as you're looking down at it, you're starting to recognize there are dials on the top of it and the sides that could possibly adjust whatever could be seen through. But the most of the indicators are in a language you do not understand. I'm assuming you return. Professor?
He fell over and died.
We lost a professor, no!
Not again.
Not again! I guess we'll never know. So, while waiting for the professor to return, since everyone is starting to make up camp, is there anything anyone is doing apart from Harry and Vrek, who are currently maintaining their job of currently dealing with bombs? Oh,
Oh, there he goes.
there he goes.
Pretty sure his internet died. Rip pepperoni, pepperoni.
No.
I don't have nothing. I'm Dunzo.
All right.
Rip Bozo.
June, Vanham, anything that you're
Nope.
wishing to do?
No, I don't got anything.
Very well. Professor will head off, speak to Tullius, who will check on the contents of the chasm before eventually returning as the lights will begin to fade away. as the trolls will also retreat. Oh, hello. Welcome back.
Dog unplugged my computer with his tail.
Good boy.
Good boy. Professor, you make
Yes.
your way back over to Tullius with the device in hand.
Oh yeah.
Will quickly make his way over, adjusting some of the dials and placing them before his eyes. And will inspect the cart in question before he will nod and slight give a nod and will actually offer the device towards you.
Yeah. I'll try. I'll see what he's seeing.
You can see after a moment of adjusting to the magnified lenses directly in front of your eyes, in comparison to the spyglass where there is only one, this one seems to be relatively easier to adjust to given the fact that you're using both of your eyes and able to hold it in both hands to essentially make sure it's a more comfortable fit. You will see as you're looking through the set of binoculars that Tullius will adjust them enough to guide you to where he was originally seeing, and you will see one of the smaller figures are currently sat up straight but leaned back between the bars, not against them.
So he's
Okay.
just sitting normal.
It's as if he is sitting on the air itself between the bars.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay. So kind of whispered to us. That's not just going to be a simple matter of picking the lock and opening the door, is it?
It would seem that there are some protective measures keeping the valuable cargo inside. It seems that these Zentarum and chain bearers, as you call them, have some form of magical device or protective measures to keep their cargo from being stolen.
Yeah, this is going to be hard.
Do you by chance have a way of dispelling magics?
Daisy may. But I personally don't. I'm not although quite skilled in the arcane. I'm afraid that is beyond me. Wait, what's it? I have to let my dog in. Oh, geez.
Do you have the ability to perhaps break a lock? Or some form of magical?
You see Tullius watching the professor as suddenly a lizard jumps onto his back and starts scrambling on top of him. Oh, just get it off you. You see him grab the lizard and throw it aside.
Sorry about that damn thing. Are you okay, sir?
Oh no, he's petrified. What will you do?
Lizard got your tongue? Oh,
What?
oh.
What happened? Sorry, I had to. I don't know if maybe I was muted. I had to get up and let my dog in
No,
quick.
we heard.
Oh,
Yeah, we
okay. Okay. That he threw a lizard?
He brushes your shoulders down.
A lizard attacked you, sir. So Talon desert passes anyways. So
Yeah. So I mean, this is looking. You got any ideas? This is gonna be a tough nut to crack. It's looking more and more like if we want to do this, we're going to kill every single thing down there. Or hopefully it kills us, of course.
we might need to deal with a certain way of getting rid of that magical enchantment. If we are able to possibly break the enchantment on top of that cage before we are able to blow this thing sky high, or unless we are able to break the magical lock on it, and that is a different matter, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I mean, how... I mean, I would assume that field can absorb some amount of damage?
On the cage?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Okay.
For all
Yeah.
we know, it could be a thing of it keeps things in but doesn't allow things to get into it.
Sure.
Or vice versa. I'm not entirely sure what exactly we're dealing with. I just know that we can't just simply reach in.
No. Well, if I'm still looking at it, Rob, does it have like any kind of traditional lock that I can see, or is it basically just like a handle to open it? Or is there an actual like physical lock?
It's hard to see from this angle.
Okay.
You will know that the lock is going to be at the back, and you can see that there is one person that is continuously walking and staying behind the cage, keeping a very close eye on that door.
Okay. Okay. So if there is some kind of key or something to open it, more than likely that person would have it.
Either him or you know who.
Yeah. 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 So, well, I mean, this tomorrow, it's not going to be the exact same group, right? Like, I guess it'd be like similar kind of caravan. Okay.
It's not like they're gonna like leave and travel back and have a new. Sorry, I'm not there. But
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll see Tullius look at you for a moment.
Just a friendly reminder. These are the ones that we can see.
Yes. So you think there's quite a, like how many do you think we can't see? Unknown.
He will just look at you.
You're the spellcaster. You tell me.
I can't just see invisible things. I mean, I think it's safe to assume there's probably 3 more archers on our side hiding around somewhere. Actually, as I say that, I'm gonna kind of look around our side, like up the canyonway. Do I see any signs of more archers shuffling around on our side of the canyon?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please. "21. You are quickly looking around at that mention of that, quickly realizing that you be in direct line of possibly a patrol of archers coming away.
Yeah.
And as you're listening out and trying to keep a very close eye for any shifting figures amongst the sand, it is then on the corner of your hearing that you hear the sound of scraping stone of footsteps directly underneath you from the chasm down below.
Okay. Yep. Got ya. All right.
And you're starting to believe that there might be people moving between the upper areas of the chasm. Not exactly the exact top of the chasm where you're currently standing, but the more elevated positions on either side of the cavern.
Yeah,
You
the
had
ledge.
seen
It's like 50
the
feet up,
ledges
basically.
before. Yes.
Okay.
You are
That's-
hearing multiple sets of footsteps coming from your side.
This is a small advantage we'd have. Is like doesn't look like they patrol up at the very top.
It seems that none of them seem to be patrolling at the top solely to make sure that they surface.
What you kind of broke up there?
It seems, based on your knowledge of looking over this at this moment in time, none of this patrol and none of this caravan seems to be coming up to the surface solely to make sure that they are not seen by anyone on the surface.
Sure.
Because you are noticing that a lot of the individuals that are on the ground, more particularly the squadrons of broken of the Chainbearer Guard that you can see here, as well as members of the flaming sword individuals at the front, seem to be brandishing either torches or some form of light within their hand or grasp.
Okay.
You can see that if they would end up going to the surface, they would blow their cover. Hence why they are using the cavern cover.
Sure. Okay. And roughly how like height wise, what's the carriage look like?
You're looking at maybe 15, maybe 20 foot tall. 15 to 10 from the carriage, and you're looking at maybe a 10 tall cage in the back. 10 to 12 foot tall cage in the back, should I say? It's hard to say from this distance.
Okay. Okay.
And
really rough.
as you are watching, you'll see eventually the troll step aside, and this particular caravan starts making their way through, unperturbed by the trolls, as they will continue to watch before eventually retreating into the holes.
Like from what I saw and the way Tullius described it, did this look like it was a somewhat unwilling alliance on the trolls' part? Was there a clear power dynamic displayed, or is it more like a conversation amongst associates? If that makes sense.
Roll me a insight check, please.
My specialty. Professor known for his insightful. Actually, well, it's better than I usually do. Just on the other side. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, you can see that there is very clear signs. Especially given that one of the trolls were basically being held at arrow point by
Yeah.
some of the archers on the other side. And you can see that there is a very clear indication of some form of communication with the trolls and this particular caravan. But you can very clearly see that there is still some form of power dynamic between the two.
Sure. Okay.
It's very obvious that it's kind of like nature fighting civilization, or civilization fighting nature.
Got it.
It's kind of showing the predator that they are lower on the food chain than these guys are, and they're making a display of power to do so.
And this is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
You know that trolls, and particularly sand trolls, are known to be sly, sneaky, ambush-like predators.
No. Oh, yeah.
If given the chance, if they saw there was a shift in that power dynamic, there would definitely be a tied-in change of how things.
Okay. And that the box I drew, that's roughly where the carriage was, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
I'd say a little lower, like just like right here. Essentially, is right in the center of where you saw the carriage.
Like that?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know that it fits at least 5 people, or 5 people at the most. Smaller individuals that seem to be wearing the same masks and gray, like cloak robes that were worn by the individuals in Avon. You know that the cage, even though that the carriage itself seems to be made out of wood and stone, the metal cage in the back seems to have some form of magical enchantment that is stopping the individuals inside from getting out. But you do not know if there is something stopping people getting in.
Okay. And when we encountered those assassins, did they have masks or no? Did we get masks with the robes?
Assassins?
Yeah, where we found them all dead and we saved. We brought Tullius back. That scene we stumbled upon.
You saw none of the individuals here.
None of the assassins had masks on, essentially.
None of the assassins had masks on.
Okay. Okay. All right, Tullius, why don't we get back to the group and report this? This ain't gonna be easy, buddy. Ain't gonna be easy.
It never is, my good man. It never
No.
is.
Ain't that the truth?
Starts making his way back.
Okay, so if we want to go stick with the original plan, those glyphs are gonna have to be moved. I mean, I'm assuming the carriage is when the next one comes through, the carriage is gonna stop the same place it did this time.
It can only be shifted up to 10 feet, and any more after that, they disappear.
That'll probably honestly that will probably be enough. I think. Right, because I mean, because Vanons would have to go 5 to. Oh yeah, that'd be almost perfect. But you'd have to move the explosives, though. The ones in the northern end have to be moved north, like another 10, 15 feet. Or you're just gonna blow the shit out of the carriage. And Daisy, do you have Dispel Magic ready?
Yeah, as we're taking a long rest, and I already do have it active,
Okay,
but I can't cast it because I don't have it. I don't have anything for it.
well, I mean, have it ready for this ambush because that cage. I don't know if it has a traditional lock, but it's definitely magically sealed. Some kind of field around it. So as far as us being able to snatch and grab, I don't know. That's gonna slow things down quite a bit.
Mm,
I mean, if we're doing the rope trick idea too, like, does the magic really matter if they're in the cage?
what if the dimensional hole can't get into the cage? I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm not versed that well in magic, so I don't know how that would work.
Vanin, what do you think?
You should probably be able to use knock to get it open.
Do that. Something's gonna have to open it. It's just we can't open it with purely mechanical means. Essentially, you have to dispel the magic or something along those lines.
Everyone also would know, based on previous experience with knock, that knock is extremely loud.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a knock.
So
also-
you would know
okay.
that using the knock spell would essentially completely remove any form of surprise at that moment in time. It would basically draw any form of action. Unless they are already in the midst of madness.
My impression of the trolls is they have some kind of uneasy alliance. If we could somehow even the odds for the trolls down there, there's a good chance they'll attack them. I don't know what that entails exactly, but
Yes, as the professor was saying, it seems that there seems to be a very uneven alliance between these group that the trolls call the Dark Wanderers, and they are essentially allowing people to move through this chasm undisturbed. It seems that anyone that displays their mark is to go unchecked, and anyone else is free game. However, it seems that your presence earlier has caused a bit of a disturbance within the. And now the sand troll are now supposedly about to set up some form of guard throughout the night and possibly partially through the day. So we'll need to possibly bring them out somehow.
The owls, as I said. Could try and lure them.
I can make things smell like food or sound like crying animals.
I'd hate to say this to all of you, but perhaps maybe the easiest way of getting rid of them is by getting rid of them.
We're back in the camp, right? Like that's something I heard.
Yes, everyone is together again.
So, do you want to fight them now?
I'd rather remove the situation if they are going to be a problem.
The issue we have to worry about is if we don't get all of them, whatever is left will probably go back to the people that or at least on their side. And then we have to deal with all of them now as well.
This entire thing is just getting more and more complicated and out of hand, and still has nothing to do with our original objective. Take that as you will. I don't see the need to senselessly kill things just because they're a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, that's Daisy's job.
That's rich coming from you.
Okay, instead of killing them, why don't we prove that we can beat them? Like not prove that we can beat the giants. We prove that we can beat the people forcing themselves on the giants.
Tullius narrows his eyes towards you, Harry.
And how exactly do you pertain we do that?
Doesn't somebody have something that will let us communicate with them?
I can speak to them. I understand their language.
I
Do I
mean,
know what language they speak?
Yes, they speak giant.
Yeah, never mind.
the reason I say this is like we have forgers, we can set up enough proof to show like that we have trinkets from them because we have like the Zentrum stamp and stuff like that. They've probably seen that sigil on them somewhere. So if we can prove to them we've beaten them before, we could beat them again.
I'm liking this idea a bit better than removing them.
Yeah, I
If it
believe I
works.
suggested the other day that somehow, if we could talk to them, the professor should try and convince them, or maybe he can help you talk to him. He's
Yeah,
pretty
no
good
one
at
really stepped
persuading people.
forward, but I thought somebody could speak the language or at least comprehend it enough to write it.
Only Vanna and I can do it whenever we have tongues. Otherwise, we can't. And I obviously do not have it prepared.
I don't have a period.
Yeah.
We've already
Oh right,
proven
it
that
was
we
Olive and me.
Olive
not,
had tongues. Yep.
Yeah, Olive and not Vanna.
we've already proven that we don't want to attack them. Well, I guess one of us did attack them, but it was more to sway them away from attacking us. And we didn't outright try to hurt them more than that. So maybe we could try it. It's just how do we you said tongues. You do the brain talking stuff, right? Can you do that in tongues?
I don't speak in brains, Harry.
No, I thought Rex said about tongues.
No, that was out of game saying Olive had tongues.
I can speak to them for you if you're needing a translator. It's just
It's
I'm not
getting close enough
exactly
without them pummeling us or alerting them. That's going to be the next hard part.
right.
Well, you could always approach and announce your arrival. And seeing
He's
if
just
they're
gonna
willing to speak.
look around, just like any volunteers.
Oh, you're the one that can talk to them.
Can you write, Giant?
Uh, I'm a bit rusty. It's been a while since I've written down in giant, but yes, I might be able to.
We could just have Daisy fly by out of like have a bird actually, just a single owl, have it go over and drop the note to them and say something that like we're going to send someone to talk to you. We have a proposal to help you out of your situation that you're stuck in.
Assuming they can read.
Assuming
It's
they
their
can
own
read.
language. It's their own language, and they have enough to communicate with them. So
You see Tullius step forward towards you, Harry. Just place a hand on your shoulder.
I had a friend once who knew every single form of my language. Couldn't even write a single word, but he knew every single way of.
um, wait, wow, Doy, I'm an idiot. Um, artificer, remembering that he's an artificer that can make sending stones.
I don't know what that is.
You're gonna walkie-talkie them. You're gonna negotiator them.
I just remembered I do have. I was like, how can we talk to them without being close to them?
I think sending
we
stones is
could-
one message a day.
Trying to remember where it's at that I can. There we go. Infusions.
Mm-hmm.
We have their robes. You could dress up like one of them. Might give you a little bit of an in.
I'm not
Sending
great at
stones.
talking to people.
I get it. I do it, but I can't speak to them.
That's why you two should go together, Professor.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell him what to say.
Professor, you just see Tullius looking at you, and this is the first time you've actually seen him look reasonably worried about a situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how well that's gonna go over. That could go south pretty quick.
The closest thing I've done with like communicating with people is a speech before like a battle or something. I've never been good at actually talking with people. Just tell me what I need to say and I'll translate.
Yeah, sure, why
So
not?
I'm reading sending stones specifically. What's the time frame on them? Because it actually doesn't say it.
Okay, let me check this.
Because
Cast the Baron
oh wait,
Stone.
hold on. Sending. Hold on, wait. Let me look at the
Once
spell
something is cast
sending.
through the stones, they can't be used again
One
until
round. It's 6 seconds. Dang it.
Yeah.
You
I
get
was
one
like, wait, I
message
have to look at the spell sending. I was looking at the sending stones themselves. I need to look at actual sending.
Yeah, you need to look at sending.
Yeah. So it's
So-
not like we
Sending's
go have a
25 words
conversation.
max.
Yep,
Yeah,
25
words max.
and they can respond.
So, Tullius is gonna look at you, Professor.
So we gotta just go as ourselves, dress up as your little friends on the outside, or like how are we doing this?
I don't know. I decide if that would help us or not.
I don't
This is
believe
real windy tonight.
disguising yourself as our enemy that we're trying to convince them to kill would help us.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, at least it would prevent them from attacking us just outright initially before a dialogue can be established. Is kind of where I'm coming from with that. But you're probably right. All in all, it might not pay off.
Let me
Okay, I mean,
tell
yeah.
you this, and I said this in your head. If I wasn't a dwarf when we first met, would you have attacked me on sight?
Yes.
No, but I'm not a
Yes.
troll.
The rest of your group is saying yes. As somebody who is familiar and an outsider, I would recommend not looking like somebody they were trying to convince them to kill, unless you somehow convince them
Sure.
that we're the ones they really have a pact with, and the people coming are somehow imposters.
Yeah, no, you're
Yep,
probably
done
right.
that before,
Just-
actually.
We'll go as we are. Well, it's just by curiosity, how fast can you run?
Quite fast, but age is getting to me, I'm afraid, so not as fast as I used to be.
Sure. No, I mean this.
I don't have any more owls. You're on your own.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure I can carry my own weight,
I mean,
given
really,
the fact that
they'll-
you've taken most of it. Anyways, so let's get to it.
I mean, if we just walk up to the rim of the canyon, they'll probably detect us and come up to us. No.
Yeah,
Possibly.
forcefully.
Well, I mean, they're gonna detect us either way. Like, I mean, what was your plan? Do you want to go down there and talk to them, or just get them to come up to us? Like, what are we thinking?
You should go down
We
to
could-
them on their level.
We could go in with our defenses up, in a formation to not let our squishy people get hurt and try to talk to them. And if not, then we escape again.
Just a reminder, I have no more owls left.
Yeah, thank you,
Mm.
Daisy. I'm aware of that. Really wish
Tullius
you
is
did.
gonna stand there, just like gonna just at this point cross his arms over his chest and just wait for you guys to be ready.
Okay, yeah, let's fine, let's do it, Tullius. We'll just head over. I don't know, if you guys hear or see shit starting to go south, maybe think about helping us.
No. You guys need to be ready. I will be very patient and allow you guys to be prepared for what you're needing to do. I am merely a translator for you.
Look, if we're gonna do anything, at least let's take a short rest. We've been working non-stop on this thing.
Think you're gonna need it? Okay, I mean, if you guys are gonna need it, I'm
It
fine,
will
but
allow me to talk to the Blegt if they surface.
oh, okay, yeah. Let's do that. That's a good idea.
Okay. Taking a moment to have a short rest. Hour will pass. It is effectively at the end of the first watch at this moment in time, and everyone's still currently awake. You guys are waiting until the time passes. You feel the energy return to you, Daisy, to regain that ability of talking to the animals and beasts.
Right. So do you want to come with us?
I'll stay a bit away, obviously. If everything goes south and the bullets start to harass you, I'll try to talk him out of it.
Okay, all right. Ready when you are, Tullius.
Tullius will
Before
nod
you
and
leave, I'll go up to Tullius and I'll open up a vial and hand him a pill. This will help you talk to him.
Right.
I will give him Eagle Splendor, advantage on charisma checks.
He'll pop the pill, swallow it down, use his water skin to drink,
Oops.
to at least wash it down, shake his head
There
slightly.
we go.
That tastes vulgar. Oh, God.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this. Do we give him my cloak?
The mimic one.
Yeah.
What
What's
did
it
it do
do?
again? It's stealth and what else? Deception.
Deception. I think it's deception.
Well, it's
Well,
like, yeah. So how's this gonna work with him? I was about to ask too. Will Pan's beguiling charm work through a translator?
No.
It's 5
Damn
stealth
it.
and 5 deception.
that's only if he's
At that
trying to be
point-
deceptive.
Yeah, at that point, I think it's gonna be more like persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was
just
gonna lie.
did it.
I was planning on lying to him, but
I mean
Also,
it.
Harry, the shadow of the mimic is cursed.
So you can't remove
Ah,
it unless you have remove
right.
curse.
yeah. I mean, I was
Wait,
so it's gonna
I
be.
did not know that part of it.
It
Yeah,
says at
It's
the
because you
bottom.
haven't rolled a 1 on them
yeah.
yet.
Not like a horrible curse. Yeah, not rubberings
So
out.
wait, how did no one wear it before I got it?
No, I remember it was
Going
we
back
got
here,
it and
Weir wields this cloak and clasp eyes open. While wearing it, you gain a +5 to stealth and +5 to deception checks. While wearing the cloak, should you roll a nat 1 in charisma checks and saves, you roll 1d6 health as piercing damage.
I knew that, but I didn't think that I couldn't take it off.
Any
we-
cursed item you are not able to take off until you remove
Oh,
curse.
Yeah,
I
I
I
didn't
can do
know.
it, but I am out of third level spell
No,
slots.
I
no,
think we
I
rolled
just
for
didn't
it, right?
know that.
When when we found it, I think you and me rolled for it, and I think you won. That's how you ended up with it.
Yeah, I didn't know that you couldn't remove cursed items.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
no, yeah.
I thought it was unless the cursed item stated that it couldn't be removed.
Nope. Nope. The moment you attune to it, unless you are affected by a remove curse spell or something that completely negates the magical effect, then yeah, you are unable to attune to it, my friend.
Yeah, I mean it's simple enough to to get it off. Does removing the curse destroy the item? No.
No. It
Unless it's
removes
specifically stated.
Yeah, not
unless it
usually.
specifically states. However, usually it just allows you to unattune to the item.
Okay.
That's what we did with Vannon when he was possessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the shepherd's cloak.
Just a quick question about how this is going down. So if he's translating for me and I lie, is it going to be his deception roll or mine?
I will say. So,
It's a tough call.
this is a tough call. So, I will say this because of the fact that he has advantage on charisma checks anyways due to the bill that Vrek has handed him. I will say if you are wishing to assist him with your words and it sounds reasonable, I will give him a +5 to the roll.
Oh shit. Okay. I'll take that. That's pretty cool.
Or actually, instead, I will just have you roll and him just being translate. If it doesn't sound reasonable, he's rolling because he's
Okay.
translating.
Sure. No, I got that. Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
going for anything down
So, if you make a reasonable deal, I will allow you to roll. If it's not that reasonable, Tullius is going to be making the roll instead.
Okay.
Okay. So, with Tullius downing the pill, he looks over at you, looks over at Vrek, just like,
You need to add like some flavor enhancements to that. Maybe add some smoked venison, or maybe something. Maybe another time. Professor, let us get down to the business, shall we?
Yep.
I think it tastes fine.
you see him just shaking his head and just,
It tastes better.
are the rest of you staying where you guys are within the hut, or are you also taking positions?
I'm staying at the border of the map, basically.
How far away are they going to be going, distance-wise?
From your current camp, they are going to be around about 1,000.
About this?
Yeah, about 1,000, because we're 1,000 feet off the map.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'll
were
stay-
originally 500, and then you were seen by the Boulette. And then you had once again retreated another 500.
I believe in
Oh,
the abilities of my fearless leader. I am going to stay in the dome.
I'll shift
Right.
150 forward just to make sure that I can be in range if I need to.
Okay. And you're setting up a sniper position, I'm guessing?
Yep.
Okay. So Harry's setting up the sniper position.
Yeah, I'll be 100 off the map.
100 off the map. Okay.
100 off it? You're going 900 closer. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have Ozzy fly and sit on KB's shoulders, Professor's shoulders.
Who's KB?
Professor.
There we go. Okay, Professor. As you're making your way forwards, a spectral, snowy-like owl will rest on yours, on your shoulder, and will just look over at you,
Hello,
giving a knowing glance before looking forwards.
Ozzy, if things go bad, I'm depending on you to get me out of there.
Dune, where is your positioning in this?
Oh no, he's dead.
Did we
Don't
lose
say anything
Dune?
if you want to come with us.
Say nothing if you want to be right on the front lines.
We have a front line. Let's
Don't
go,
react
guys.
at all if you bungee jump
Fantastic.
into the ravine. Got it. Bungee jump it is.
Say nothing if you want to high five that troll.
Immediately on sighting it.
Since he's saying nothing, Dune charges in, high fives at the. He will go ahead and hold position over here. Just in case things turn for the worst and he's actually in a position he can get right up front and at least provide some form of protection for.
Sure.
But he will go ahead and stealth and remain in the bushes there for now, as both you and Tullius will make your way forwards. As you're stepping forwards, Tullius is going to look at you, Professor,
So, was there something that you were wishing to turn into, perhaps, if it wasn't one of the cloaked individuals?
No, I just thought it might help build initial rapport, being someone they at least they have some sort of alliance with.
Excellent. Give me one moment, please.
And you'll see him reach into his jacket pocket. You'll see him retrieve what looks to be a small copper flask in the shape of a smiling lion's head. You see him lift the metal flask to his lips, take a sip, and quickly close the clasp and put it back into his pocket. And as he's stepping forwards and moving up, you'll see his form beginning to shift and change until he looks to be a reasonably young looking half elf, palish like skin, black like hair, and you'll see that it almost looks like a very faint imitation of Vannon, except younger and seems to be like a very distant cousin.
So, can you change into anything you like within reason with that? Any humanoid appearance?
Within reason. Doesn't change the voice, however. So it's not
Sure.
exactly the most perfect thing, and it only lasts up to an hour. So it's okay. Why, would you like a swig?
No, I mean that could be really useful in my line of work in the future. If you want to sell it, let me know.
It's the flask is special to me, but
I don't doubt it.
perhaps in the future we could possibly discuss things.
I just want to put it out there. No pressure. Assuming
You'll
we live
see
through this.
you see the half elf smile, and will make his way forward.
I'll follow him.
He will step forwards, essentially following your lead as if he is like some form of attendant or servant towards you, and will follow directly to your side.
Okay. And Dune is actually physically right here. Like he's like 20 feet away from me.
Yes, he
Okay.
is. Like at this moment in time, even though he is trying to be stealthy, you can still see his ears like flickering directly over the branches of the bush.
Sure. And I saw this is a
But he is
cave
at
right
the
here, right? But I saw
yes,
Tolkien
that's
on it.
where the cave is.
All right.
And as you are approaching at that point, you do see this cave troll, the hand rising up from the approaching footsteps. You see the horns immediately protruding out before you see the glowing yellow eyes of the sand troll looking directly back towards you, as you see the very faint flickering light coming from the both of you seems to reflect from those luminescent eyes.
Okay, I'll just kind of hold my hand up in like a slow wave and then hold both my hands out at my side like some kind of like universal symbol of peace, like hey, I don't want to fight. And then just as long as he's just staring at us, I guess should we just keep slowly approaching him, Tullius? Think that's our
I would believe approaching would be against a territorial code.
Sure.
I
Okay.
believe right here, he is most comfortable with us.
All right. So yeah, we'll stop here. Tell him we come in peace. We mean him no harm.
You'll hear him snarling out into the air as you see the troll look over towards you, and then you just sound of chuckling. Tullius looks at you.
Not sure if he took that so well.
At least he's laughing, I guess.
I suppose so.
So tell me, apologize for the earlier transgression. We had no idea this was their home. Perhaps our enemies are your enemies.
he once again starts grunting, shouting out in a language you really don't understand, but to you it sounds almost like an ape shouting out into the air, like the occasional sound of like poop rasping and like the occasional raspberry of like fake farting sounds is immediately coming out of this once well respected general, apparently from his prior knowledge. And eventually he seems to look over at this guy before clapping his hands, creating a very faint but very raspy fart sound between his hands. At which you see the troll once again chuckle for a moment before beginning to start climbing his way out of his cave.
Okay, so if he's not like charging us or anything though, he's just kind of
No.
approaching.
He is at this moment in time climbing out, standing up, as you see him standing maybe a good 15, 17 foot tall.
Good lord.
Starts stepping over towards you before stopping a moment. Looks down towards you, Professor, then at Tullius, before giving out his own particular grunts and sounds before Tullius looks over at you.
He's asking who is our mutual enemy.
The people that passed through the canyon with the wagon. We watched earlier, and it seemed you weren't on the friendliest of terms.
He translates before eventually the troll will also respond.
Seems that they have made an agreement that the people with the torches will not kill the trolls, as this was their original home. In exchange, the trolls will protect their caravans and destroy and salvage from whatever caravans pass on through that are not displaying the mark. They are, however, starting to see that the demands are getting a bit too much, seeing as they are demanding the trolls be here pretty much every night instead of hunting they're supposed to be. Therefore, the trolls are starting to starve. It seems that their pet used to be in maybe almost the hundreds. However, their count has reduced now to 5.
Okay, I'll look the troll in the eyes and just say the demands are only going to be more and more until it's too much.
Tullius will nod before giving the translation. The troll will look down. Look over at you, Professor. Narrow his eyes. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, please.
Okay. Like I don't want. Oh yeah. No, we'll be okay. I don't know. I don't get an advantage. God damn it! It's still a 13, I guess.
Let's see if Tullius can help out. Hold
Yes,
on. So
Elias, give me something here. Yes, but like I want to be nice to these trolls, but I'm just. If you guys have figured out, I'm a lot better at lying than I am at persuading.
I mean, no, that's a 12 though, bro. I don't know what you mean. You got
Tullius
Bill.
tries to translate. However, you see the troll narrows his eyes for a moment, takes a step back, and will look towards Tullius and say, and translate to you, what can you offer?
I think we should just tell them why we're here. Tell us. I'll say we are here to attack the next caravan that comes through tomorrow and free the people in the cage, but we fear there are too many for us. If you were to help, that would also liberate you from their presence.
You see the troll think for a moment, look at you, look at Tullius, and you see him grunting out for a moment. You see Tullius perk an eyebrow in his half-elven form, will turn to you, tilt his head slightly.
If you offer us a chance of freedom and a new home to start over, then what did you have in mind?
And that is where we will end the session.
No plan, everybody. No plan.
I think the plan stays. They just let us set up,
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna tell them once
and then
they
we
hear
blow it, and then they jump in.
Yeah, once they hear explosions and like people screaming and fighting, just come out and start killing.
We just don't cave
everyone
in their
we see
ceiling
at a
anymore.
time.
Yeah, I was thinking about exactly not. We don't blow this up. Like we just carpet the entire valley, and that's it.
Episode 3 of Planning Boogaloo.
Yeah, damn. I thought the way we were planning, I thought we'd like be planning for like half the session tonight and then maybe start the fight, but no.
I
It's nice to get the
thought so
trolls.
too, but then it was just like, hey guys, I got this plan. Hey guys, I got this plan. Hey guys, I got this